Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Alright, Bottrix has finally went on live, which means anyone type anything that you guys will be seen, except Twitter, because apparently I don't think they actually have like the like the things that going on there. Let me try to make some things work first. Should be functioning now. Let me go to my... Alright. This should be okay. Saved. Yeah, I need to change up my name a little bit. Seems a little bit unattractive. Now it is more attractive. Yeah. Okay, done. Either way, hello there everyone. My name is Katie Falcon and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you and may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. The ambient music is really strong. Hold on a little bit. And it's not really suitable for me. Yeah, back to this one, I guess. The oldest, chillish one. And yeah, let's see. Did they have anything new? Yeah, it seems like Stream Beat kind of like stopped producing music a long time ago. I think they're already producing enough, I guess. Yeah, just play this one. It's much more... How should I say? There's a lot more song we can actually play in this one. Even though some of them is not actually that. Yeah, not the best one sometimes, but it's still better than nothing, to be honest. Again! Oh, wait. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, now it's proper. Now we're back on the usual program of Kiravaku doing his thing. Like what thing? Chatting. If you guys didn't know, I usually stay in here. I'll have a little bit of fun chat before I do anything else. I'm not really sure like any of my friends will come in. Because I actually rarely stream around this time, and most of the time my friends they personally are streaming or playing Marvel Rival. You know what? Let's move to a different server, I guess. Let's see. Should be on the more functioning side. And start virtual camera. And share my screen. Alright, good. Everything should be fine at the moment. Alright, let's have some warm-up. What kind of warm-up? I have no idea. Either way. Very, very good. Any time zone, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Kiravaku, and I'm your host. And your... Hold on a bit. I can't find my hack. Yes. I'm your host and your void with the voice. Here's to entertain you, more or less, I think. Man, I really need to get a hair change. And then people joining in the stream be like, what the F are you doing? That would be the most hilarious thing. Like the first thing to come in and be like, holy shit, what are you doing? What happened to your hair? I'd be like, I have a clip up. It's not even a hair clip. Yes, it's going to kill my hair actually. Because this is more or less like the, you know, like those kind of like food package clipper? Yeah, it is that thing. Hold on. think it's a little bit too loud. Alright, good. Still have difficulty breathing, so I might have to do. Sorry, my hand is not very dexterous. Antihistamine. Yeah, I eat a lot of medical stuff. And like this one is a very old pill. I have no idea what it does. If I didn't finish it, I didn't finish it. It's been ages. And you, how is everyone doing?
I'm trying to be very, very hip as a very old man. Who knows? When I expose my age is actually 30 years old, then people might actually think, holy shit, you're 30 years old.
Now I'll be like, I never go out of my house. Obviously, I'm going to look young. Because how to see people ages is basically the wear and tear you have, like going out. I never really go out. I'm in a safe space, I think. So that way I look relatively young. Either way, let's have some things to do. And that something is this thing and this thing. So far, I don't know. Did I make it too big or too small? You know what? I'm going to figure it out like afterward, not now. I have no idea what to do. Imagine like people just joining into my stream and then they'll be like, What happened to your hair? Well, the thing is, like, right now, because I haven't cut my hair for quite a long time, my hair is basically just blocking my eye view. So later on, I need to do my drawing stream. Is going to be poking my eyes a lot. So, to do that, I have this thing to clip my hair on because I'm not a girl. I didn't buy any hair clippers, sadly, so I'm going to use this thing. And if you guys didn't know what the heck is this thing, is actually, like you ever like buy like any like food packet, like like basically just junk food, and then you didn't finish the junk food, you need to like clip it. This is that clip. Hey, watching my stream is equivalent to junk food, so it's fine. So yeah, don't be surprised when you join into my stream and then see like this like hair is like dangling around my head. Yeah, if you guys want me to have my hair cut, pay me then. I don't have any money at the moment. And it's not that I want to cut my hair. This haircut these days is freakishly expensive. Like, I was like, the heck, like if I go to like a official like more like haircutty area, like I go in there, like 30 ringgit just gone. That is like 2 day worth of food. Not 2 day worth of food, it's like 2 day worth of dinner. But still, a lot, If you kind of like save your money, just like eat nasi lemak, like the 1 ringgit pack, you eat 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and then 2 at the night. Imagine like 2. You just spend 6 ringgit. You can eat a whole day of food with just nasi lemak with 6 ringgit. And if I go for a haircut and come back, I lose 30 ringgit. I think the inflation, actually I haven't been there for quite a while, so like, I don't know, maybe the inflation make it even more expensive, like 35 ringgit or 32 ringgit, depends. And then if that happens, it's like, when I say like 2 day worth of food, I mean like actually legitly can cost the 2 day worth of food for a haircut. It's not that I don't want to. And yeah, let me do a little bit of things before I yeah, I'll be doing stuff before I start the drawing thingy. A little bit this, a little bit that, a little bit just chat. So if you guys want to have like some nice conversations, I'm all in for it. I'm all in for conversations because I love to chat. That's me in a nutshell. That is too much. That is too much. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. I should actually angle up the clip a little bit higher. Yeah. mm. Ooh, man, I'm still feeling a little bit dizzy, but either way, let's start drawing. Yeah. Oh, I'm using this model. Hold on a little bit. Because like yesterday's streams, I decided to use this. It's actually much more like group friendly, you know. Let me change back. Should I change to this one? Nah. This is actually better. Legitly better. Yes, yes, yes. Is that this one or this one? Actually, I do love this one, but I kind of lost that artwork. Where my tablet gloved? As you guys kind of can see, yes, I'm drawing Mikuko. Hi there, Elias. Yep. Drawing stream. Oops. Not exactly drawing stream, to be honest. The way I do, if you kind of already know how to draw, I'm essentially not drawing. So I can't really say I'm doing drawing stream. Am I making art? Yes. Am I drawing? Not necessary. I wouldn't really call it that. Dun, 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 dun. Where is my example pictures? Hold on a little bit. Is it here? Nope, not here. Ah, it's here. Yeah, she have just like too bad. Oh, wait a minute. Is the fluff actually... Yeah, the fluff is actually some detachable stuff. Oh. It's actually something outside the clothes. Outside the jacket, they just tuck it in. It seems. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'm still planning how to do the headphone thingy and the fluff and yeah, this thing is like now it changes so much. I have to rethink how to do the fluff again. This is basically something that add on later on, the fluff. So let me... The clone's design doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I know what happened. Why, thank you, Kuaku. Hold on a little bit, I'm doing something.
Trying my best to do a lot of marketing.
Yeah, but currently I'm struggling a little bit because how their clothes is designed is giving me a little bit of headache. Right now I can actually show it. Hold on a bit. I think quite lots of Hololive model have some design issues. Obviously, they are not like immune to that. Everyone is artist after all, so you can kind of like see the fluff. Right now I'm actually struggling on this particular part of the clothes. So you kind of notice is actually is a, you know, like those kind of like very big collar flap that so big in fact it turned into a cape. So if you raise your hand like this, the flap is kind of like function much more weirdly. So I might have to change like how the flap actually works. And another thing is the fluff. You can see the fluff actually is not with the clothes. The fluff is completely separate with the clothes. So it's not like that actually like stick to the end of it. You can see this part is completely off. So it's literally a scarf. It's not actually like a built in together with the clothes. Again, that kind of like makes me like think a little bit, I guess. Hold on a little bit. Let me put it back to where it once was. I don't know where it once was. But yeah. I still need to like figure out how the physics works. So right now, currently, I should draw. The piece of cloth actually should be here instead. Then, because she's raising a hand, you can't actually see that particular part. There's a weakness when it comes to like drawing using this method. Technically, I'm not even drawing, but using this method to do this kind of things is like having one big issue that is I can't really like draw detail that very well. It requires some, you know, like long-term professional skill, which I haven't really reached that level yet. And right now, the clothes should be something like this. And then basically just try your best to follow the shape. I won't really think that too safe. They're okay, no matter how you like think about it. It's just like by general they look Vtuber, you know. Nowadays Vtuber have like much more original design than how most Vtuber used to be back in the days. Even nowadays, like even I say like more original design, there's still a lot of VTuber is like, oh, I watched this VTuber for my entire teenage years, so I decided to do a model that looks like them. It's fine actually. I don't know why there's so many like design call out, if like, oh, you have like this element, that element, I'll be like, stop it. Vtuber is like a literally carbon copy, not carbon copy, I mean, more or less, all I would say like 100% is inspired by anime, okay? There's a lots of VTuber is literally inspired by anime. Even back in the days. Why do you think like most male VTuber back in the days, they all look like Kirito Kirito clone? It's basically I mean like everyone are more or less a walking talking anime. All that design is anime inspired. Even this guy is like full on anime inspired. It's fine. Like, good thing is not really. I do seek it as a compliment in some sense too. Try to think this: how many people have? Not me, obviously. This guy. The spiky hair part. I don't think a lot of people are being that spiky hair anymore because I am, quote unquote, when you kind of like look at my entire model. Just look at my entire model. Let me go to my video studio. I am a quote-unquote legitly a full-on anime character. I'm not trying to like be like nowadays a lot of people either go for like the you know, like sexy male characters. They would actually go for a much more before 2000. If anyone like seen any if anyone seen what you kind of can say old anime of the olden days, let me try to like show you guys. Hold on a little bit. Back in the days, I was trying to make a video out of it too because you know, like this is a thing that I noticed. When it comes to like much more like on the sexier side of like the, you can see like all this like more high on sex appeal like male VTuber, they would have like very sharp chin, like slanted one, and then long faced, and then very wide body shape. You can see like very wide body shape, and then this one very wide body shape, and like a V-shaped style, like this kind of like very high sex appeal. Like kind of like a VTuber. And this is like one of the type of VTuber body you will find for male VTuber. It's either this or the second one, the Kirito style. Basically the default Kirito design. And if you see all this like design, this type of design is more or less is manga, and you know, the manga or like some anime from like before 2000s. Yeah, jawline. Yeah, those kind of like longer jawline, very like slanted kind of faces. You can see like all this like very old anime or like very old style of like manga. They all have this. If they want to create a character is like matured / very high sex appeal looking, they would actually go for this one, this type. See, this is literally like 1985 kind of like anime. See, if you're looking at this right now, if you never watch any anime from the olden days, this character scream VTuber. Scream like male VTuber design, because they are. All this like male VTuber design is literally, I won't really say carbon copy, but it's more like the art style of the anime design from the ancient days. You can see The very old, like very wide shoulders, like anime from ancient days. Yeah, they all are doing like a lot of like retro style. Hi there, Wako. Also, hi there, buddy. Forgot to say that. And you kind of can see this. This is like even older, old RG Vita. It's a very old anime I watched back in the days too. But yeah, you can kind of like see this type of like kind of style of like anime male character like art drawing is literally how most like high male like male appeal, high female appeal audience kind of like design. See, like if you watch any like older anime before 2000s, any anime before 2000, any male characters that is framed as attractive or like need to have like high sex appeal, they look like a VTuber nowadays. It's not like they look like VTuber nowadays, it's VTuber trying to look like them. It's because generally people who start to learn drawing is around this type of era. Now they are all like grown up, start working. Obviously they all start doing this kind of things if they think about like how to create like a very like high sex appeal like male VTuber. And I am from the era that is like 2005, like the Sayuki, like from the 2000 is it Sayuki? Like that's one is like Journey to the West one. The one of the character hold a gun while Sun Wukong is like a kid, like that one. I'm from those era. And Law of Wiki, Kingdom Hearts, like all those kind of era. So now you can see like why my character have those kind of like hair spike. Because I watch like Fairy Tail, I watch like Law of Wiki, I watch a lot of like older style, like kind of like anime around those kind of era before SAO. Yes, before SAO. So my characters, yeah, the monk. But yeah, before SAO, people with like sharp hair being a protagonist is a thing. You know, almost all pointy hair character is a protagonist back in the days. And now they don't really exist that much. My Hero Academia managed to bring back out like unique design. But here's the thing. SAO ruined male character design a long time ago. Like that anime come out at 2010. Yes, 2010. It has been poisoned every male character design mind. Like imagine you watch SAO around that era and anything after 2010. Even people who don't watch SAO, if they have to think in male character design, first thing pop up is freaking Kirito. And there's so many Kirito face look like protagonists in all the anime for like straight up for a few years. Like I think around 10 years actually, legitly. From 2010 to 2020, almost all characters have more or less a Kirito face. Either a Kirito face or like a Kirito like male design. You guys like might understand like there's like saber face, like face stick like style, saber face. But even how iconic that face is, it doesn't poison the entire anime industry to the point that everyone have saber face. But Kirito managed to do that because he is the most default character design that ever created, to the point that if people think about a standard male anime protagonist design, Kirito pop out in their head. So this is why when and it's also especially poisoning in the entire male character design in the VTuber scene too. Because around like now we have much more variety of design, but VTuber design back in the days for male is only 2 road, technically 3 road. First road is the early 2000 like sexy male character design. Niji Sanji kind of like more or less like popularize this kind of design because there's so many good male VTubers. Is basically over Niji Sanji back in the days. Jingle, jingle, jingle. But yeah, like back in the days, there's so many male VTubers. You kind of think about it in Niji Sanji, they all have this type of design. So they kind of like popularize male VTuber design in this kind of in this type of design. And then the second one is people who just started want to become a walking, talking anime. Back then, VTuber is not really big. Haven't get a boom from Hololive like Ian, but so when people want to become a VTubers, they don't really have a design in their mind because again, Kirito poisoned the entire mindset of like male anime characters. Like legitly, you can look at all the isekai anime or like all the like anime or like manga spawned around 2010 in between 2020. Almost every character looked like the same one. But aside from that, so end up there's only two designs. Either you look like Kirito or you look like early 2000 anime. Yeah, lots of Kirito clone around that time. And yeah, like that's the thing. Like if you kind of like think any male character design, it always Kirito face like pop up. It's the weirdest poison in the world in the entire anime industry. Like here's the thing. Think of anything before SAO. Like how many anime you can list it? You can't really list it and like that much. You can list it like some. Maybe like some people can be so good that can list it above 10. But generally, not a lot of people can list it above like anything like anime between like 2005 to 2010. Like I tell you like how many anime in 2005 to 2010 that you watch, they could not remember a thing aside from freaking SAO. Even they don't watch SAO, they will still kind of like first thing come in mind is SAO. It's crazy. Is it? Let me try to find like the anime I talk about, like the Journey to the West with the gun. Yeah. This one. Or anyone remember this? We just talked about this like not long ago too. Like, some people actually watch this anime, but they do not remember. This is some anime like around the time, even Gurren Lagann is actually before SAO. And some people only have an instinct memory of Gurren Lagann, but they won't really say like Gurren Lagann is from 2005 to like in between 2005 and 2010 kind of an anime. Like, I don't know what kind of magic Sword Art Online cast on people that they literally delete the memory, the core memory of any anime that spawned in between 2005 to 2010. Because SAO literally was an anime that released at the late 2010 era. The last season of like 2010. They released it as an anime, and then it's so popular to the point it just erased any anime that before them. It just clapped everything so hard. Imagine this. The one who wrote SAO, hi there Naruto, the one who wrote SAO actually wrote the novel of this anime too. And then there's like Toradora, Louis the Magicians, and then like Shakugan no Shana. Yes, Shakugan no Shana. Like, and then Asura Crying. There's so many anime before them. Ano Exorcist. Even before them too. Nobody remembers them. Nobody can remember them. Law of Wiki. Nobody remembers them. How the heck did that happen? Seriously, I think they cast a freaking voodoo magic on people. And even the most longest anime watcher fan, they can forget those things and then let it cover by gosh dang SAO. Even they don't watch SAO, it still do the same as effect. How that thing happened in the first place, I have no idea. Yeah, this is why I suddenly turned the talk into like talking about design. Her clothes design is weird. And then we talk about like most like VTuber design. Some design is like super saturated with one-tone colors. Some is like vibrant. Some have very good design like Iris one. Holy heck, Iris one is over-designed. Especially like the revamped one is still over-designed. It's a very nice design. The colors and everything, they match up so well, but man, I don't think there's like any other like, yeah, I don't think there's any other VTuber have a vibrant color design around to compete except Project Melody. Yeah, Project Melody also have like this like very vibrant color design. And not a lot of VTuber have like a very like strong vibrant color they're using as their main color. Because usually artists like refrain from using that, because and especially when VTuber modeling, a lot it's like around the era that a lot of people either use a very saturated color or very pastel color. So they won't actually use the color spectrum in here. They won't use this type of coloring. Not this one. Yeah, this one. Like much more on the brighter side, like this. Or this. When it comes to orange, I mean something like this. Really strong brightness in some colors. Not too much like VTuber actually use that as a majority of the color. Maybe they have elements of it, but they are using less than the thing. Because it's a very bright colors, it usually don't use as main colors. Project Melody use a very bright range of purple, like Twitch. And Iris use a very bright range of magenta. Like you can see, like if they put side to side, you understand how bright Project Melody color theme is, and how bright Iris color theme is. Like you think about if I put Crony colors. This is Crony theme colors. Somewhat close to that range. Should be much more bluish. But still, at the end, you kind of like know is Her color is there, but it's not like on the high. You can see like my mouse where I'm picking the colors. They are not in the high range style here. Hi there, Quack. Where did my Quack go? When did I mute my my like Twitch sound alert? Of course I heard Guilty Gear. Because it's blocking my eyes when I'm drawing. Technically, I'm not even drawing at the moment. If not lots of people know, if anyone is like older viewer, they will know the Quack is my hello thingy. Yeah, I'm talking about this. Hold on. Yes. Again, I'm going to re-talk about the design. Here's the thing. You look at Makoko like clothes here. Look at this. It's a jacket that have a very like big collar. So big to the point that essentially it's a cape. Like, you know, like those kind of like jacket cape thingy. So that's the thing. And you look even closer to the fluff here. They are not actually attached to the jacket. You look at here, you already understand like, how the design is. It's actually a scarf, not something that attached to the jacket at all. It's a separate scarf. So at first I was drawing in an impression of this thing actually is something that kind of like stick to the clothes. So I, and more or less I felt like something's wrong when I'm drawing it, and then I found out why it's wrong. So now I'm trying to correct it. Oops. Well, here's the thing. Because they want to justify the price. The more complex your clothes is, the more things you have to rig. More things you have to rig, more fancy look. Like I say, people nowadays have a very short jingle. People have a very, 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 very short attention span. It's because of that short attention span, if your clothes have lots of things, it's like jingling around, people will see. People notice, because people scan movement. If people see a movement there, they notice. It's a good strategy too, because it's something that works. And having a lot of things like in your on your body is moving is actually somewhat good. Unlike me, you kind of can look at the design. I actually try my best to be as minimalist as possible. Again, very anime inspired kind of design. So I end up have like a very bland looking design, a very straightforward. I don't really have like a lot of things there. You kind of look closely. Oh, by the way, every single time you watch, any like rigger like release like a video like showing off like how versatile the rigging is as an advertisement, and also like people after doing some debut stream and then they show the rig thing. So now look at me. This is what they actually do behind the scene when they try to do like the VTuber like model showcase. Now you can't unsee it. Every single time you see like a VTuber model showcase, they do like, yeah, ooh, yeah. Now it's actually happened behind your now it's like every single time you see one showcase, that is like your brain will immediately think about my face. This is what they are doing. Yeah, by the way, if you guys didn't know, VTuber nowadays are low-key very good actor. Especially the VTuber that have like a very expressive face. Because they just want, because they always look at their VTuber model, they do the face. Actually, sometimes our VTuber model is actually not that exaggerated on the face. So they kind of have to exaggerate their face to kind of like, you know, trigger the motions and motion of the VTuber. So we have a very physical movement when we do anything. So low-key wise, VTuber, they are not just very good voice actors. The good one, I mean. Not like the more famous one, like imagine like Shy Lily or like Bao or like Chibidoki or like Filian or Zentreya. You kind of like know they actually have a very, very expressive facial movement and, you know, body movement and everything when they do, and when they try to like exaggerate their model or exaggerate like the, not exaggerate, it's more like show the facial like movement of the thing, because not a lot of these people that I talk about, they actually have like a lot of like, you know, those kind of key emote thing. They actually just using the model purely just to express their face. Obviously some of them have it, but generally they don't rely on those toggle that much. They just use that normal like facial like you know, reaction thing. Even Dokibet does that too, like, you know, like that face. You have to actually make this face to make them like make the camera like recognize your face, do this, you know. I won't really say good actor in general. I mean like they become a good actor without knowing. Because like acting required a physical body language movement. Aside from just, you know, a lot of things. Facial expression is one of it. They actually have to use a lot of facial expressions to trigger their model. My model actually have a very one-tone face, smiley face. Even when I talk, you can kind of like see my model is just like by default smiling. Yeah, I rig it that way, but for lots of VTuber, you kind of like notice the high-end budget one. They actually have like so much like expressive face. Just try to instead of like looking at this, I'll show you guys this. Let me pull this thing down. If you want to think about it, think of this as a very, very, very expressive face. See? You have to do quite a lot of things to make this movement exist. You the thing is, don't autoplay itself. You actually have to do a lot of things to make them work. Yes, like I just show you guys like this thing is like, imagine this is already like a semi higher budget like facial expression thing, because like VBridger is like used by a lot of like higher budget like VTuber model, because I rig my own models, I kind of like make it work, but my model is not exactly built for V bridges. There's so many model that is like high-end model that built for V bridges. They have a way more facial expressions doing that. Imagine this thing, if I use my older model that is zero compatibility, that have zero compatibilities with the one you're looking at right now, will be, hold on, let me switch to a model that I made for my friends. She don't stream that much and she don't have extra iPhone, so she never really used the model. Let's do some identity theft. Okay, this is one of the models I created, but you can see I blink. The model don't blink. You can see like even my model don't really blink that much because I have like some sort of like special adjustment that made it happen like that. So sadly, but you kind of can see the model is limited because I didn't model the face to turn that far away. And it's not like a full model too, so. And then let's switch to the first ever model I made, okay? Well, I made my own model, obviously. And then this is the model I used for my first year of VTubing. Only half of the body, so I end up like do a full body afterward. But you kind of can see the body movement and everything is not really built for this. The slime is actually something else. I remember I can do, yes, this one. Yep. Ooh, I can't do this for this one. Okay. Either way, yeah, generally that is just how my hair kind of like functions, you know? Like back in the days, I actually have a lot of things to do, to work on. I'm more of a not exactly full-on pure VTuber, but I used to be like a full-on VTuber due to yeah, hold on a little bit. Unlock. But yeah, like I used to be a normal VTuber back then. I think it's around before COVID era. Yeah, before COVID era. You can see like this is the same ass model that I have. This is basically the older clothes, the same model with like older clothes, and the head is actually much more bigger. But yeah. I do a little bit tweaking on my newest model one. But let's back to the conversations we had. Let me switch back to my older model first. You know, lots of VTubers, they don't really show their face that much. Even they do, they kind of like show as a special event. For me, it's like I'm willing to show my face anytime I wanted to. When did VTubers start existing? Before COVID time already exists. It's like around 2015-ish. I think it's even before that. You just search Kizuna I first video Oh yeah, she deleted the first video. I feel sad. I'm trying to think, like, Kizuna Ai is technically the second virtual YouTuber that exists. Yes, there's actually a virtual VTuber, virtual like avatar personalities way before Kizuna Ai. That's like one exist. And funny thing is, it's not actually Japanese, not actually in Japanese media. It's on the Western media. If you want to say like how like very anime 3D models, virtual personality avatar thingy like started, would say Kizuna Ai, the very anime side. But on the very Western 3D-ish side, it used to be another content creators. Yeah. I forgot the content creator name, but yeah, you can kind of put her behind the bar because like she's more like a content creator that create this kind of like virtual avatar to promote fashions. So it's not exactly like, you know, like the YouTuber the olden days, they, you know, you have to specialize on like spec on like one particular aspect, like Smosh on comedy. Some people do animation, some people like do clothes reviewing, this and that, yada stuff. That one is like doing like singing and clothes reviewing. And Kizuna Ai is just chatter back in the days. It's like the concept back then when Kizuna Ai exists is a walking, talking anime that exists in YouTube. And as time go past, VTuber slowly catching up like more thing. Any color, I think like any color actually, not any color first. Cover Corp, yes, Cover Corp, the one that with the Hololive one. They were a tech company that provide tech quite similar to like a motion capture technologies tech company, and then they decided to do a motion, like, you know what, like Kizuna Ai become like very like hot VTuber around, not VTuber, it's like virtual YouTuber around day, and lots of people are fascinated about the technology behind how they actually manage to do like facial recognitions, this and that, yada stuff, because a lot of people know like there's a human behind the model, there's someone doing the voice acting. They are not like pre-record everything and then just, you know, animate the model that way. No, it's not. It's live, like live feedback. It's like the camera looking at me and then I do mocap, a very live mocap style. So Cover Corp used to be those kind of company that developed those kind of like live mocap feedback style kind of company. And then they use one of their staff to try out this mocap thing and showed it off in the internet. Back in the days, Sora not really doing Sora is the first VTuber that do that, but she is not actually do that like video live back in the days, because like VTuber doing things live is not a thing back then, because it does require a lot of like you know, like pre-setup, this and that, yada stuff, and then it's not really that available, like those kind of technologies. So only a few people do like virtual YouTubing. So back then, even Sora is also like just there to show off the technologies of this this software that the Cover Corp make. And then it later on, you know, like that other VTuber, like the VTuber, some other like VTuber, not exactly VTubers, like using similar tech stuff. They start doing things like live streaming, this and that, yeah, that stuff. And then Hololive also start doing those kind of things, and then slowly popularized like VTubing in Japan side, just Japan side actually. But even that didn't actually do that well, because like back in the days, people have no idea how to do like content for VTuber, because Kizuna Ai It's basically is either she just sit there, talk to a wall because she's not live, so she just find a topic, talk about the topic, done. Either that or do maybe some very low-key let's play or do some singing. Just that. So not a lot, because live streaming is not really exactly a thing. They don't know how to produce a content for live streaming. And because the only entertainment system they can kind of like compare to back then is the idol systems. So they try to rebrand like Vtuber as more of an idol side of thing. That's how Hololive like start to do their things. But even back then, when they kind of like the idol thing is more the concept of like idol is more like the back end of like the stories. They would do things to display the like how they are going to create stuff like content to display the talent, like personality, this and that, yeah, that stuff. They don't really have anything to go with back then. So they just make like just chat for most of the things. Like almost, you try to look back at the very beginning of all Hololive characters, like older stream, they all just sit there to just chat. They don't play games. They don't do any other things. They just trying to play safe on everything. Because again, big corporations and stuff. And also like the tech is still haven't really matured. Streaming is still haven't really matured and everything. I can't really like do a full-on history on it because I only know the bits and pieces of everything. But it's kind of like enough to give you guys like the entry to go and search around the kind of like things, how it started. Yeah, and then strangely enough, Hololive was not the big big ass company like right now. Niji-sanji is. How most of the very notorious idol style kind of like set up for VTuber is actually started by Niji-sanji. Hololive, more or less, you can say, copy quite a lot of elements from Niji-sanji back then. And then you know, they kind of like popularize it afterward. But still at the end, I think the most basic foundations is actually set up by Niji-sanji first. This is why there's so many agency, right? Even nowadays, it's still kind of like function a little bit of a shit show. Is because they are low-key following Niji-sanji stuff. But yeah, like how the entertainment industry works. Niji-sanji is like trying to turn everything into the AK-47. Is it 47 or 48? AK-48. I keep saying AK-47. AKB-48. But yeah, it's like they're trying to go for that format on like the, you know, like VTuber thingy. Didn't end up well, but went long enough that a lot of VTuber agencies see like a rise of content, and then they decided to go for that one too. Yeah, this is why they kind of like fell on that part later on, and then they switched to another gear. But Hololive, that decided to copy what Niji-sanji does, they kept doing it and do it very well. Because they are not, like again, Hololive back then, they are not a entertainment industry. They don't have those kind of like dark entertainment shit in there. While Niji-sanji, they were having a lot of background of entertainment shit in there. So you can see like how the things go like behind the scene compared to like how like Cover Corp like doing behind the scene. Cover Corp origin was a tech company, so they treat people differently. But doesn't mean it's like nothing bad going on there. Tech companies still have their own thing too. But yeah, so so Cover Corp still doing that idol thingy. Like even now they're still doing the idol thingy. In fact, they are focusing more on the idol thingy. So yeah, Well, back then when they do the idol thing, is already not really doing too hard, especially when they kind of like expand a little bit too much. They open up too many branch back in the days, and then they don't know how to deal with overseas stuff. Technically, if you find any Niji Sanji like Vtuber that is in Japan, they actually are still doing fine. It's just the overseas stuff is like a running shit show because they expand too much and then spread too thin. And then a lot of things, controversy, this and that, yada stuff, culture clash, everything is like that. They are not very adaptable to like outside influence. So yeah, things become like a shit show in there. Also, like, you know, like the things that are running is not really like. Lots of people still look at this like anyone that like K-pop, that like idol, that like J-pop, that like lots of like singer, entertainment industry, Hollywood stuff. I can tell you, behind the scene is horrible. Entertainment industry always was horrible. Contract-wise, how the hierarchy display, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. Because not a lot of people know this thing. I shouldn't say it too, but entertainment industry back in the days, mostly was run by mafia-like group of people. I'm not even kidding. You look at olden times, Hong Kong, the film industry, half of them have mafia background. I'm not saying like, you know, like the mafia from like, you know, like that specific country. I mean like mafia, yakuza, those kind of things. I mean like literally a crime organization, those kind of stuff. Quite a lot of the entertainment industry in various part of the country is literally run by crime organizations. And I'm not kidding about that too. It's very scary back then. So this is how like some of the contract, this and that, yeah, the stuff, it's like looks horrible because it functioned that way because they used to function like that. I'm not really saying like that. Kind of isn't. Yes and no at the same time. It's a lots of like yes but no situations because they do want to earn money. So obviously they don't really run a lot of like inhuman shit in there. They just want to run the entertainment industry, but they also can have free reign of doing anything they want. Because if you think like the decisions they do might harm the entertainment industry or like you know, anything that will impact, would you dare to say a thing when the guy that you want to talk to have an X scar on his face? Like, you really need to have a certain level of ego to go in front of the guy and tell him off, you know? And Japan industry, in Japan, like entertainment industry is obviously is not every single part like that. Black company exists in every single place. It's not just Japan. And how should I say? Those kind of tradition established by the very, very predecessors, like the hierarchy establishments and hierarchy establishment or like or egotistical, like the higher up, those kind of things, is kind of like really more or less being transferred through the age from the olden days, where there's a lots of like really like people with high on like organization syndicate status there. So how the industry do hierarchy behavior like treatments and like the how to run a business, those kind of things in the entertainment industry is still quite stick with how they run back in the days. Even nowadays, even like company is not run by some very big syndicate, it still like have those kind of like DNA like engraved into like how the company functions. I can say this is pretty sad. Yeah. I know I suddenly talk a bit like very dark, but that's the fact. If you kind of like go and take a look around like back in the days, how entertainment industry functions in the maybe like close around the 60s or like 70s, even 50s. It kind of functioned like that. And when I say that, it's like really is like a 2-3 generation gap thing that happened behind the scene back in the days. And then even nowadays they don't do that shit anymore, but the traditions that been passed through, or like how company deal with things, like the behavior, how things works, kind of like passed down through the generations of how entertainment industry work. Because try to think about this. Hollywood, do you know how Hollywood exists? Back in the days, Edison's, yes, that guy with a light bulb, he wanted to take over the entire movie industry. So he patented a certain way to do filming. Like, not to do filming, to display filming. Imagine you patented CD. If I say CD, might be a little bit difficult to say. If I patented MP4, the file format of MP4. If I patent that shit and then try to take over the entire film industry, that is what Edison did back in the days. How to like do filming loop and stuff. And then he will literally send gang member to different movie theater to shoot that freaking like projector. Either they are using the loop he patented, or or just different company with using different kind of like filming camera to do like movie shoot. He literally hired goons, literally like evil mustache twirling kind of evil, to literally go to people, places, while they're filming, shoot the shit out of the camera. And I am not kidding, I can find that video. It still exists, talking about that freaking documentary. Let me try to find it. Let's have a let's watch for some watch together for no reasons. Okay? Hi there, Felix. Edison's Hollywood. There's so many documentaries about this now. Oh. But the one I find is not that here. It's a very old video, but still not a lot of people know Thomas Edison is actually a dick. Let me go try and find it. Is it this one? Is it from Shortycast? Hold on a bit. I need to find the video. It might take a bit of time. Alright, buddy. Do your things. Oh. YouTube buried the thing. I'm trying to find it. Oh, I can't find it. Thomas Edison's. Ah, yes, this one.
So, what does the inventor of the light bulb have to...
Okay. Here, guys, see? This one is from Cinefix. Hope you guys can hear it. I'm going to boost the volume. Turn off the music. It's by Cinefix for you guys to like try to find it. Did Thomas Edison invented film piracy? Kind of is. Yeah, he also steal people's shit too. Thomas Edison is actually famous for stealing people's shit. He don't actually invent anything. He's a businessman. He's not an inventor. He's a businessman. If you really want to say who is an inventor, Tesla is an inventor. Thomas Edison is not an inventor. I don't know why history books, if you read any history books about Thomas Edison, you always call him an inventor of light bulb. He didn't even invent a light bulb. He invested in the invention of light bulb. Light bulb exists a long time ago. They just don't really have a good film that used to like last the longest. And then he funded a bunch of people keep finding the material that is best for using it as the conduit between the to to produce the light. He didn't even really invent it. He just tossed a bunch of money. See, it works or not.
To do with BitTorrent. And so what does the inventor of the light bulb have to do with BitTorrent? And how can a director named Cecil be the ultimate badass? Film School wanted to take a look back at how piracy changed the movies, but what we found is that piracy built the movies. So what does the inventor of the light bulb have to do with BitTorrent? And how can a director named Cecil be the ultimate badass? Film School wanted to take a look back at how piracy changed the movies, but what we found is that piracy built the movies. Buckle your seatbelts, mateys. It's time to get Film School. Pirates have always been a subject of great cinema. No, not that kind of piracy. We're talking about the piracy of ideas. And in regards to cinema, a lot is at stake. Millions of dollars, thousands of jobs, and the creative integrity of some of humanity's most profound artistic achievements. This isn't about not using BitTorrent or popcorn time, although when you do that, you hurt the industry you love, like hugging someone so hard you break their ribs. Before the turn of the 20th century, the film industry, if you could even call it that, was really just a bunch of guys who figured out how to take lots of pictures in succession, creating the illusion of motion. In fact, early copyrights attempted to protect each and every frame on one sheet of paper, because they were dumb idiots. But it wasn't their fault. No one knew what to make of this new moving medium, and no one knew how to define its authorship. The problem with this budding industry was that for all its multi-billion-dollar potential, it was a rotten, lawless wasteland of crooks and deviants trying to pull one over on the next guy so they could get their slice of the money pie, which is the most delicious
back then,
pie.
like,
These
film
days,
industry is
everything
horrible.
Actually, no, it's almost exactly the same and pretty much the same sort of people. First things first.
Now you know why, like, I say, like, back in the days, jingle, jingle. It's like, film industry back in the days is a very problematic like, industry. I'm not even kidding about that.
First, let's address the elephant in the room. St. Thomas Edison, the guy responsible for the light bulb, the phonograph, and the American patent on the motion picture camera, was involved in every landmark piracy copyright case until 1912. That was because Edison wanted it all. He wanted fast cash and easy women, or at least the patents on both the fast cash and easy women. Edison wanted a monopoly on all things movies, or as they called them back then, flickers. He wanted full control of the ability to make movies, to distribute movies, and to project those movies. He even wanted to be the sole manufacturer and dealer of motion picture cameras. Cue him stroking a white cat in an underground lair.
Anyone who gets in my way is in for some serious trouble. They'll have to face the full might of the trust.
So let's back up.
Now, here's the thing. It's a fully organized crime syndicate. I'm not even kidding. This trust thing, if you kind of like dig into it, everything of what they're doing is practically gang stuff. I'm not even kidding. It's literally gang stuff.
We'll get to the trust in a minute.
And this is on the western side. I haven't talked about the eastern side.
There were no laws or any sort of ethics protecting the rights of films or filmmakers. Filmmakers and theaters had little regard for camera machine patents, and many would manufacture their own versions of other people's instruments. Kind of like the Nintendo V. Even more vulnerable than the hardware were the films themselves. Unabashed copying was unauthorized and considered standard practice in the early days of the industry. Even Edison had built his business model on duping other people's films. French and English films were the most susceptible to duplication because they were less likely to have US patents. So when a new film came out, it was the fastest dupers who were the ones to profit most. Even the films of Georges Méliès, which were shown legitimately in the United
So trying this, US invented piracy.
States were also pirated and smuggled out of France to be brought to America. Early film piracy was fairly simple. 1. Get your hands on a film that you really liked. Let's say A Trip to the Moon.
My audience will love that.
2. Run an unexposed film strip next to the film you want to copy. 3. Shine a light through both strips of film. 4. Voila! You got your own negative.
Am I rich yet?
Step 5 is you repeat with the negative and an unexposed film strip to make a new print. And 6, you make as many copies as your evil money-grubbing heart desires.
All of the copies. Piracy is delicious.
Also a victim of piracy in the early days of cinema, adaptations. Yes, even from the beginning, the movie industry was fraught with adaptations and remakes, though very rarely authorized. The novel Ben-Hur was a huge hit for its publisher, but it was adapted unofficially time and time again before the courts knew how to define the relationship between literature and film. Piracy of movies became so widespread that film companies began painting their company logo onto sets appearing in their own films.
Yeah, so like, this is why lots of people don't really like copyright, because, or why they were so strict about it, because things happen that kind of went out of hand. Because they went so out of hand, nowadays, copyright thing has become so dang annoying because of this. America. Sad to say, like, I keep dissing America, but they kind of made it happen, you know? The copyright thing is like, the law sometimes is like stupid, this and that, yada stuff, because they keep taking advantage on the most stupid shit, and then to the point that it literally collapsed the entire industry, and then they put a law into it. And because every single time it's really like things that can like become industry threatening, and then they put a law into it afterward, and then the law sometimes can be super ridiculous. And yeah, that kind of things like happened. So when I talk about like Edison being evil, I'm not even kidding. Like, you look at everything, like he did all these things. He tried to take over the entire filming industry in America.
Edison trademark can be seen on a burning wall in Life of an American Fireman, and the American Biograph logo can be seen on a street organ in Her First Adventure, and is also easy to spot throughout The Lonely Villa. It's kind of like how we put a Cinefix logo in the bottom right corner, right? See it down there? Yeah. How exactly does this prevent pirating? We have no idea. And they didn't either, but with all the rampant pirating, it was at least one way to prove what films belonged to whom. In 1897, Edison began his determined battle for complete control. In years of endless court cases, he fought over who had the right to determine the shape and size of sprocket holes in film strips, over the difference between...
Yeah, he is trying to take over everything. And the thing, how he going to take over anything? By law and by goons. I'm not even kidding, by the goons. The trust is his goon.
Hand-cranked filmmaking and automatic filmmaking, and over the right to protect and distribute film. But one of Edison's strongest claims was over film loops. For the following 11 years, Edison claimed a copyright on loops. Known as the Latham loop, this copyrighted technology isolates the film strip from vibration and tension, allowing movies to be continuously shot and projected for extended periods of time. Edison's claim was that because of the Armat patent on the Latham loop, a patent he owned, he had rights on a specific loop in film machines. We're not making this up. He had a claim on the shape of the loop. You see that right there? That was apparently owned by Edison. And in court, a federal judge upheld the validity of Edison's Latham loop. So he actually owned the loops.
All the loops!
But not all of Edison's claims came out of court so fruitful, including the claim that he invented the motion picture process in 1889. Then this battle over cinema came to the boxing ring in 1899. Literally. American Biograph, one of Edison's rivals, set up a massive indoor lighting rig in order to film their first movie illuminated by electricity. The lights had to be massive, because at this point film stock was slow and typically needed the bright light of the sun to expose a decent image. In fact, the lights were so hot that they burned the hair from the top of both fighters' heads. The Jeffrey Sharkey's fight was to be filmed exclusively by American Biograph, who spent an arm and a leg setting up these massive lighting rigs. However, 20 rows back, a competing motion picture company, Vitagraph, set up their own camera to film the match. When the Biograph people found out about the Vitagraph crew, they were pissed, and they sent a team of Pinkerton detectives to confiscate the machine. Because the audience surrounding Vitagraph was eager to watch a public beating, they rallied and blocked the detectives from reaching Vitagraph, and their blockade ended up causing more commotion outside the ring than the boxing match itself. But Vitagraph's Albert E. Smith was able to record the entire fight, and in all the commotion, he smuggled the film out of the arena and had the film developed in the Vitagraph lab. But it gets better. The next morning, Smith discovered that the film he had illegally pirated had been pirated out of his own lab. And who do you think was responsible this time? None other than one of Thomas Edison's own inside men. So even though Biograph...
Yeah. Think about this. He has spies in various different company. Even piracy company. Connection everywhere in the entire movie industry. How is that not a crime organization? That being called the first inventor that created the light bulb. I say, Edison is evil! Why is he in the freaking textbook?
Went through all the trouble of setting up lights and paying boxing promoters. It was Vitagraph and Edison who carried the money to the bank. Biograph got zilch. Now let's talk about the trust.
So this is why I say, like, when it comes to like filming industry, entertainment industry, they all are literally behind the scene. It's a shit show. Everything that happened right behind the scene of like Hollywood, any entertainment industry, on Hong Kong filming industry, or like this and that yada industry, everything is like literally they have an actual war happening behind the scene. It's a literal gang war.
In 1908, in partnership with his former rival Biograph and others, Edison formed the Motion Pictures Patents Company, otherwise known as the Trust. The Trust licensed equipment built under Edison's patents to willing producers, thus helping cement the monopoly Edison always wanted. The Trust not only sued people who tried to make their own camera system, but also began taking more extreme measures to mark their territory, like peeing on cameras. I'm joking, they didn't do that. With the growing popular and financial success of movies, the Trust and Edison's demands became increasingly difficult to deal with, and the danger for anyone opposing the Trust became more real. This is why Carl Laemmle, Cecil B. DeMille, Samuel Goldwyn, and D.W. Griffith, the titans of Hollywood, ended up in Hollywood. It was about as far away from Edison as they could get without leaving the country. If not for the Trust, Hollywood would probably still be in New Jersey, because that's where Edison was, and that would suck. Or not. I've actually never been to Jersey. I hear it's quite nice.
Yeah, because like everything he does. Let's say again.
With the growing popular and the Trust not only sued people who tried to make Biograph and others, Edison formed the Motion Pictures Patents Company, otherwise known as the Trust. The Trust licensed equipment built under Edison's patents to willing producers, thus helping cement the monopoly Edison always wanted. The Trust not only sued people who tried to make their own camera system, but also began taking more extreme measures to mark their territory, like peeing on cameras. I'm joking, they didn't do that. With the growing popular and financial success of movies, the Trust and Edison's demands became increasingly difficult to deal with, and the danger for anyone opposing the Trust became more real. This is why Carl Laemmle, Cecil B. DeMille, Samuel Goldwyn, and D.W. Griffith, the titans of Hollywood, ended up in Hollywood. It was about as far away from Edison as they could get without leaving the country. If not for the Trust, Hollywood would probably still be in New Jersey, because that's where Edison was, and that would suck. Or not. I've actually never been to Jersey. I hear it's quite nice. By 1912, there were dozens of companies in Hollywood, and with weather like this and a wide variety of natural environments to film and hardly any traffic on the 405, no one looked back. Pissed and frustrated in his ivory tower that light bulbs built, Edison sent private detectives to prowl the states for anyone shooting films. He managed to coerce some of the smaller companies into agreeing to whatever terms he set, but as more companies fled to areas like Cuba, Florida, and of course California, the Trust had to step up their game. Like any rational business, they hired a group of thugs to shut down unauthorized productions. How would these thugs display power and authority over shutting down productions? Well, it's funny you should ask. If producers didn't agree to Edison's terms, they got bullets in their cameras. That's not a metaphor. That was Edison's preferred method of shutting down productions, and crew members' lives were at risk. In his biography...
Yes, I'm not even kidding. Like I say again, I'm not lying. This is some things that happened behind the scene. In Hollywood, how Hollywood was created is literally to run away from gang. And even that happened. You need a very strong gang mentalities to actually survive in the entertainment industry back then. I think even nowadays this still kind of like some more or less like kind of happen, but in more of like, you know, like suit term instead of like physical term like that. So if I'm saying like the film industry or like any entertainment industry behind the scene is very not just cutthroat, I mean in the literal sense of cutthroat, because people are getting assassinated from this shit.
Cecil B. DeMille claims that he was shot at on numerous occasions. DeMille was certain the Trust was trying to kill him. So, like many of the others who moved to Hollywood, he slept in his studio. I mean, who can afford real estate prices? He also kept his shotgun nearby, rode a horse to work, and was known to carry a revolver hanging off his belt in plain sight. Over time, his firearm collection grew so large that he started using them as props for movies. Okay, now here's the part that's so insane we wouldn't even try to make it up, because you'd be like, nah. Cecil B. DeMille, the man responsible for some of the most epic Hollywood films of all time, kept a wolf in his home. And you thought your pit bull Mr. Fancy was tough. Sure, the wolf was tame and was featured in the 1914 film The Squaw Man, but who fucks with a dude who owns a wolf? Sabotage had already taken place at the laboratory and anonymous death threats were arriving in the mail, but if riding a horse to work and carrying a revolver on his belt weren't enough of a...
So here's the thing, why there's so many like VTuber or anyone who do in entertainment industry, even in games, that are not really used to the death threat thing, like coming into the email and stuff? Yeah, I say like, this thing has been happened for ages. Even the olden days, this kind of things is already like left and right. Like, trying to touch entertainment industry, if you manage to encounter any like old guard, they behave like that, it's basically it is. This kind of like gang mentality is like been there for ages. I'm not even lying about that. Some people think I actually over exaggerated when I talk about this kind of things when I mention about like how the entertainment industry is basically a mafia show running behind the scene. It is. It is. And why sometimes, like, you know, like, when some people are very angry at how Niji-sanji did that business and stuff, they will be, like, asking, why nobody is kind of, like, why nobody think, like, this kind of, like, contract shit is, like, predatory or anything like that? Because it was literally run by gang member back then. And people got used to it afterward. You know, it's basically become like a normal thing. And people might think like, oh, the Western, only like Japan does that kind of stuff, or people in Asia does that kind of stuff. No, US invented it. What, you guys think you guys are more on the civilized side? Remember, like, US on the back in the olden days is not actually that civil, okay? People literally shot each other in the duel for fun. And it's not like they literally shot people to death for fun, as an entertainment for their life. So I'm not kidding about that. It's really horrible, the entertainment industry, like back in the back end. Hi there, Pokru. Yeah, just have a very long conversation about the entertainment industry and how lots of things like become like so unmanageable. Also, talking about Thomas Edison actually is not an inventor, he's literally a crime boss. And he actually is. Why, thank you. I'm trying to create a sticker merchandise to sell in a conventions. But sadly, I'm not actually a very good artist, so I'm using this method to draw. Not actually draw, not even drawing at this point, because I'm very bad drawing. So I'm using this method to like do it. Nah, I'm not using Krita. I'm using Clip Studio. Why, thank you for the subscriptions. So far, I don't think Krita have this type of function. Clip Studio Paint, like, if you use Krita, have you ever seen they have these functions? I just, like, usually, a lot of, like, drawing software, they only have a, you know, a loop tool like this, and I'll do some painting on this and then or put ink blob here, just that. But in Clip Studio, they have this, something called a instant fill loop. So I can create a loop like this. It's actually a loop tool. They just instantly fill it immediately. And here's the funny thing. They have a third color palette. You can see this thing. Right on top of my head. You see this thing? Right side. They have like the standard 2 palette. And then the third one is transparency. The color of transparency. Imagine it functions more or less like a eraser, but with your functioning as an eraser, but with your brush. So imagine if I do something like this. So if I do a drawing right now in a very big brush, so I'm using a pen with a faded textures like this. A little bit like, you know, like those kind of like a little bit faded line. You can see that here. So if I use a normal eraser right now, yes, a normal eraser. If I erase this part, you can see how clean and sharp the eraser is. But if I'm using the brush, right now I'm using back the brush, and then I'm using transparency. That's like the faded line. Because I'm using the brush to erase the thing instead of using an eraser to erase the thing. So you can see like how neat its function is, especially when you do like some painting or like sketching. Imagine I'm now using a painting brush like this one. Some colors. Like see, I can do a painting like mixing color this and that and stuff. Some bright color into it, something like this, and then I can use a transparency one, erase it in that kind of like pattern. So see, it's there, but with like that brush signatures, edge and stuff. Imagine I'm using like something like this one. You can kind of like see this. I erase it in a way is under that brush kind of like effect. So it's not like I'm using eraser to do this. See, I'm using eraser to do this. If I'm just using the brush, I can do a lot more things. This is like I'm using right now this thing. No. Let's find a much more brush with like a lot of like, you know, effect and stuff. Oh, this one. Yeah, see? I'm erasing the things under that brush effect. It's actually getting erased because when I remove the back page, you can see this. I'm erasing it. I can draw it if I want to, see? But I can also choose to erase it. Like, imagine if I draw something, like, I feel like, oh, I drew it too thick. So I erase a little bit, or increase a little bit, or make it much more thinner here, and then much more thicker on this side. Like, you can see the effect is there. Yeah, this kind of thing is like actually really, really neat for the what again? For drawing. Especially people who do like painting stuff. It's actually a very useful tool. It's also very useful too for me due to how it does this kind of things. I'm drawing using this kind of method. I'm utilizing the like instant lasso fill tool, and then use this thing to like erase thing in a very accurate way. You see how I do a drawing is basically is this thing. Imagine I draw an eye here. So I have a eye. I'm going to reduce the transparency and then draw right behind it. I can do something like this. And you think I actually screw up? No, I can just do this. And yeah, voila, I got like an eye line shape here. See? And if I wanted to be like a little bit empty on the inside, I can actually erase this. Just doing this. Like, that's an infinite control of like the lineness, thickness kind of things like happening in here. It's actually really like fun to do this, and you're not essentially doing any drawing. If you have a lack of drawing skill, using this way is like, instead of drawing, you just try to form a proper shape. So you don't have to be very good at drawing. You also can do this. Because what I'm trying to do is to study the flow of the line instead of like you try to draw the flow of the line. Oops. When I say instead of trying to like do this to do that, is because like when it comes to like line art, just line art, there's so many things you have to like study, especially this particular part is something called a line weight. So when you do a drawing, you draw a line like this. You notice I actually like lighten it and then like darken it in this place. Because when it comes to drawing, you always need to know how to have a very good control of line weight. Because if you don't, your line art will become very monotone. And if your line, every single line, look like this, let me try to like use a much more monotone brush. If you line everything like all the entire facial line will be look like this. It looks very weird, right? So this is why lots of people felt like something is wrong when they do their drawing, is because the line. If you try your best to control the line weight, even like the most monotone brush, you can have like a certain, certain things like going on there. Makes things like much more easier to draw, much more pleasant to the eye. If I actually screw up this thing, let's say I want some line weight in here, this part's supposed to be thin, I can just try to thinnen this line out, like doing something like this. It requires a lot of like knowledge, hand-eye coordination skill to do that, but your boy here have like balancing issues, so I don't really have very good hand-eye coordination. So even I know how to draw, I essentially kind of like cripple on drawing aspect. So this is like in a way that I do drawing that somehow made it work. Because despite I'm unable to draw, I still have the ability to like understand the flow of a movement. Because I used to be an animator before I retired from almost everything due to my illness. So because of this, I have the ability to kind of like read the flow of movement, especially when it comes to like animation and stuff. I can kind of like see this. It's like, how do you read the flow of movement? It's some things that you kind of like innately know. It's really hard to say. Like even you go to like courses about teaching this kind of things, they actually tell you in such a vague way. Not lots of people actually understand what your lecture just told you. And trust me, I went and studied 3D animations. They keep talking about this kind of shit. I understand it in my own way, but I have zero understanding like how they explain like the flow of movement. They just know I'm very good at it, but they also know that I don't understand a single word they're saying. And also, Pokru, yeah, go ahead and have your celebration fun. Like, today is Hari Raya too. I forgot to keep saying Hari Raya for everyone. But I remember Raya is already like celebrations. Also, it's like happy celebration day. Happy celebration day. Happy celebration day. Because like Raya is like in the terms of like the word of the meaning is already happy celebrations. So if I say happy Hari Raya, it's like happy celebration day. It's like you watch like that Miles Morales one, like the chai tea. It's like you don't say chai tea, you just say chai. It's like chai tea is like you say chai is tea, so you can like say tea. So yeah, it's like it's something similar if you say happy Hari Raya. It's almost the same. You know, sometimes I kind of like feels weird. I have a lot of friends that are fine with me being me, but to be honest, sometimes I do feel like I'm some sort of asshole or some sort of like very like, you know, how should I say? Very brutal persons, especially when it comes to like talking and stuff. But almost like all my friends tolerate me from being me, you know. And I do ask why, because like sometimes I do know, sometimes I do say like very harsh stuff, especially when I get emotional. But most of my friends actually let me do that, or sometimes they do stop me if I go too far. But still, they it's like, you know, the kind of guy that sometimes would just like randomly explode. You would try to like distance from that kind of person, right? But most of my friends just stick with me, and I do ask them why, because I do understand that particular part of me, because I do know like sometimes I can't really control myself that well due to my issues. Here's the thing that they told me, that is like, I'm just a very genuine person. So they end up just, you know, like most of the time, like even I'm emotional, it's just like, it's a very genuine emotions. They can kind of see that. So they end up just like, you know, just let me do whatever I want. And I'm actually quite self-aware enough too. So they say like that one is one of the key part is like, imagine being a dick and not self-aware being a dick. That will be a deal breaker for them. I'll be like, what? But to be honest, if I'm functioning with that, I don't think I can actually like have a job, to be honest. Imagine like being very, very brutally truthful to your superior. Yeah, next thing I'm going to say, like he would just like every single time, like if I call to the office, and then every single time I get out, before I get out the office, you will hear like the boss like yelling really loudly, "Get out of my office!" Yeah, that is just me in a nutshell. Most likely case, it will happen. It might not happen for a very long time. If I start to get comfortable, might happen. I personally have like a very high professionalism hierarchy, but when I get emotional, like all those things like toss away out the window. Lots of people get surprised by me too. It's like, it's almost, I have like this kind of like snapping personalities that it's like a very random meters. It just either I'm like very neutral or very friendly, or suddenly can snap to very hostile. And this hostility is not even like you guys might know, like the calmest person, most friendliest persons would have the most scariest snap. Like I am that kind of like definitions, because I don't, and for some reason it happened more frequently than most calm people. Because here's the thing, not lots of people might not know, I used to be actually a very violent person. It's because of my debuff. Sadly, I blame lots of things on my debuff, but I do say like this is one of my blessing, I guess. My brain is numb due to a certain conditions happening in my ears, that practically my ears can't really like register as well. My brain side of my ears can't really register information correctly most of the time, so I get dizzy easily, and my brain keep receiving false information from my ears. The reason that happens is not because the organ inside my ears have issues. It's the signal that's sending in between. The blood vessel is actually tangled up with my nervous systems. So long as my heart beat, especially when I get emotional, the heart beat faster, and then the blood flow also, like, you know, usually when you get stressed or like get happy, excited, your blood vessel would expand, right? So when those kind of things happens, it disrupt my like senses that govern quite a few things. So it disrupted enough, either can make me really tired, really fast, or like brain like mentally tired, or I become really, really numb. Imagine it's like a bombardment of like false information into your brain. Like our brain is amazing, we can like arrange a lot of information, this and that, kind of stuff. But it's also because of that I train to become as zen as possible. So I won't really say I'm a very calm person, especially when like like went into like touchy subjects that I'm very like passionate about,
your whole life imagining ghosts, worrying about the pathway to the future.
I would like go ballistic, but not like the trying to punch people kind of ballistic. It's more like a very like unbashfully honest kind of ballistic. Imagine like you are those kind of persons that will like punch people for other people's sake instead of like you getting cheated out on, and then like you'll be like, it's fine. I'm those kind of persons, but I would punch a persons if I found out someone I know is, or like I can relate it, or just like imagine like if I buy something, I got scammed, I'll be like, yeah, it's a good lesson. I'll just next time just like be smart about it, I'm fine. But if my brain, the gear turn into something else, that what happened if like another person buy it and then that person got scammed, or like they did it like to so many other people, is just unfair, I would punch that guy. It's like the gear of thought changed. It's more like I would punch people for other people, but I would not punch people for myself. I won't defend like stuff for myself, but I would defend stuff for other people. And I'm not even trying to be virtuous or justice or anything like that. It's like I just like have this like very, very abnormally high empathy skill. If I watch any movie, even the most cheesiest death, most standard protocol of like, the dog died, or like a guy got hurt, a guy like that particular character's like really cares about got hurt, my eyes would start going red and tears start flowing out. Even now, I just talking about it, my eyes already like started wet a little bit. I'm that easily get emotional. It's like my body don't really have any like good like emotional like adjustment. But when it's for myself, it's like I would get pissed, but I won't get emotional kind of pissed. If I really actually get pissed, I would get pissed from people, for other people rather than for myself. I would take actions to write a very stern email to people if someone else I know got hurt, not when I personally was also the one got hurt. I guess it's also like because of that too, like most of my friends stick with me because I'm just like a very genuine friend, I guess. But still, it's maybe because of that particular behavior of mine. But who knows why people still stick with me when they are like friends from a long time ago. Yeah, like even till now, even now, I still don't really pay for my own food every single time I go out to eat, because maybe like they just view me as a good friend, or like I'm the panda of the group, I guess. Like I don't really have any social skill, to be honest. Like even like outside survival skill as an adult, I have none. So I guess it's also because of that, all my friends know it, and then they just treat me nice because of it. But still, who knows? It's just speculations. But when I have like things that I can tell people that I'm really dang sure, this is because like they told me, not like I speculate. If I speculate, I would just say like this. Maybe, I don't know. I'm a very maybe I don't know guy. I think I did the wrong like belt angle. Try to fade this again out. Alright, I guess most of the things are already done. Alright, let's continue to do my thing. I do have to do some social engagement just to keep myself relevant. Yes, the funny thing is that not a lot of people know my Twitter exists, or I stream in Twitters, or I stream in Twitch, or I stream in YouTube. Lots of people like either like see my Twitch and then see me on YouTube, be like, "Hey, I never know you stream in YouTube. Hey, I never know you stream in Twitch." Like this kind of things that happen a lot. And yes, if you guys kind of like noticed, that was actually bad for my head. Shouldn't clip that for a little bit too long. I'm a little bit tired, but I spend most of my time chatting than drawing, so it's fine. Oops. Ooh, lots of fireworks. Actually, I didn't know firework ban got unbanned. Yeah, firework used to be banned in Malaysia, and then like they got unbanned. Apparently I didn't know until like some friends told me like that shit has been the ban has been unbanned a long time ago, and I was like, wait, what? What a peaceful day this is. Everyone's celebrating Ryan. I'll be home alone in my room talking to the screen. Hope anyone's still here enjoying me trying to lament that how lonely I am. And I shall be starting to sing the song. Lonely. How do you do that song? Hold on. Sorry, the music is a bit loud. I totally forgot about that. Buck, buck. Buck, buck. Buck, buck. Buck, buck. So many fireworks. So many fireworks. Sorry that I have a hard time breathing. My nasal spray aren't helping that a lot. some people do ask like, you usually don't really have like audience here. Sometimes you deserve to be more audience, but I can say like this thing. Yeah, I think I should sometimes, but also like depends on what content I'm making at the moment. Drawings, yeah, most people like to lurk while I'm draw, not like listen to me chatting while I'm draw. One has a fate of a guy that should just chat, doing drawing live, because I am working, but I also trying to like have lots of like just chat like content too. The reason of that mainly is just because I love to chat. But main thing is like I've been streaming a long time, and I met lots of people, and there's also lots of people stop streaming. Sometimes because they got into controversy, or they're beginning to dig themselves, or they are just unluckies, or they just gave up because nobody watched them. Generally, it's the latter. I only are still streaming, have the fortitude to stream this long. It's because of this one thing. This might sounds really sad, but I'm an extremely lonely person despite I have lots of friends. And I'm not kidding about that. I started my stream is because I was stressed, doing a lot of like school stuff, like university stuff. Obviously, I was studying engineering, and I typically did everything myself because I have so many MIA teammates, or like even they aren't MIA, they're just incompetent. So I end up having to do quite lots of things alone. So some of my friends do notice, and then told me that, you know what? You can try to relax a little bit. You know, you can talk a lot, so try do some streaming, I guess. Yeah, it's been like a hot things, and then like you can chat, you can do this, you can do that. So I started streaming. The reasons is legitly just me trying to find something to talk. Just that. There's no grand goal of being like the most famous persons back in the days. Now I have a little bit of that kind of goal in me since I stream long enough. But even back then when I start, legitly I don't really have like some grandiose goal to like become the best streamer in the world, or like, you know, try to turn this thing into making a living, this and that, yeah, that stuff. The general typical things you might think like most streamers want to do. They want to earn a profit, turn this into business, and nowadays legitly is a reason. I won't really diss you if you kind of say you just stream because you want to earn money, mainly for the money and the fame. It's a valid reasons. But if that is your reasons, I also can see why you left not streaming earlier, because you didn't manage to earn money. You didn't manage to get an audience. You don't really get the fame or the money. And then people just either fizzle out or like stop streaming because of that. I can understand that. And I've been streaming long enough that most people who used to stream notice I'm still streaming. They will always ask this: how is still standing with no audience? The starting goal always, I'm trying to find my best to, you know, having a conversation with people. That's always my kind of like intended goal. I was streaming around the time streaming boom happened, so it's like around 8-9 years ago. I could say I have been streaming for 10 years. This is why I can keep talking while I'm kind of like, you know, have no audience. Because this is a skill that you kind of learn back in the days when you're streaming. Because you can't just sit there and do nothing, you know? Even you doing something is actually just like your content importance, you have no audience. You still have to like keep engaging. Keep talking to empty air. Keep being schizophrenic at some point. You kind of had to say this. But yeah, but there's still like lots of moment and chance. You would just like randomly meet someone. Like streaming right now, I'm chatting with you. Or I didn't expect that when I'm chatting, there's people replying. And someone replying. Or someone want to have some conversations. And then we can have conversations. This kind of feeling is a very familiar, like friendly, back in the olden days kind of feelings. But nowadays, like, you know, like how social media functions, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Lots of like meanings of trying to get the connections from people have been changed so much. Now it's already become like a cloud, or like you just try to hate something in the same time to get this. Like that is like how social kind of like functioning nowadays. I don't really like how it turns out, but it's not like I can't change it. But for me, I want the vibe of my stream and the content of my stream is about trying my best to communicate with people. You know, just having fun. Having a chat is having fun chatting, having fun. Just keep each other's company, not trying to be alone. You know? Everyone have their own life. And when you live long enough, you'll understand that even your friends have their own life. You know? Especially the more older you get, the more you notice like, oh, my friends has a job. Oh, my friends have like life, have wife, have kids. They have to focus on their own families. It's not like they can always be ready to, hey, want to go out and drink? No, this kind of thing doesn't really happen. And when you hit a certain age. Happens time to times, but it's not like something that is like on demand. And as time goes nowadays, the more older you get, actually, the more lonely you are. Despite you literally have like lots of friends. If I really want now, I can just have my phone, call in my friends, and everyone just like sit there, just have fun chatting. I still can do that, but I still choose to like be here, you know? They do have their own family to take care, so. Ooh, now I kind of notice I made the clothes a little bit too high up. Okay, this kind of length is good. Yeah, and then suddenly I talk to something that like very depressing for some reasons. I'm fine with this kind of things. I just need to keep finding something to talk to, you know? And my personal streaming experiences, how I managed to stay this long, is one of the, I can say like for me even now, it's like one of the more interesting topics to talk about. Because the moment I got into streaming, I tried to like get into some circle. And then I managed to get into quite a lot of like even VTubing circle, this and that, yeah, that stuff. But I noticed like when every single time I try to do something, I almost are the last man standing in that circle doing things. And things just like either didn't work out or fizzle out. I'm always the last one standing. I will always be the restaurant like last customer, I guess. Yeah, when streaming actually become like super famous, I used to be famous too, like to be honest. If you never heard about that particular stories, I used to stream in Facebook, and the time I stream in Facebook is no jokes. A lot of people might think like, ew, Facebook. But Facebook's like 8 years ago, is actually a pretty good site to stream on as a hobby, you know. Back then, the only place that you can stream is just like there's 3 places. 1, obviously, Twitch. 2nd, Mixers. And then the 3rd will be well, Facebook. So if you really want to stream for like fun, you actually usually like you would choose Facebook. You know, you just want to stream and share it to your friends, those kind of things. And Mixers is for most kind of like people who want to become a competitive like streamers for some reason. I don't know why they frame it that way. They want streaming to be like competitive, or like the games that you play have to be competitive, like those kind of things. And then this is like how they fizzle out back in the days. They are quite esport centric focus back in the days, Mixers. Hi there, EK. And yes, if I mention Mixers, and then some people might not even remember what the heck is Mixer, but yeah, Mixer used to be a competitor with Twitch back in the days. Back in the olden days. Ooh, you just woke up. Well, in Malaysia's right now it's like 9:30-ish, 9:40-ish. Dinner time soon here. Well, if you are in my time zone, it's like 9, then it's dinner time soon. You eat really late. But I can't really say that because like I eat ridiculously early, even for my time zone time. All my friend heard about my eating like time. My dinner time is actually on 5 p.m. Every single time my friend hear it, it'd be like, holy shit, 5 p.m. you start eating? Yeah, mainly I do line art like this because I can't do proper line art. Like I say, if you want to do like a normal line art the traditional way, you need to have a lot of like hand control. You know why when I kind of take a look at the time I have to go there squinting my eyes is because my eyes is actually not that good anymore. Even with glasses, it's not actually that good anymore. My disability is like slowly disable my eye and my hand-eye coordinations. So this is the next best way to do it. But if you want to learn how to do line art like my way, it's actually pretty simple. And even if you want to learn how to do the line art in proper way, I still can teach people about that too, because it's not hard to do it actually. Once you learn the principle, it's actually really easy. Most of my friends that know how to do line art properly, and like they actually like a very good artist, and then they try this kind of method that I taught them how to do it, they be like, you know what, this is not our thing, this is like your own, like your unique thing at the end. Like it required a certain level of like skill to actually manage to be able to do something like this, because I'm not trying to draw, I'm trying to form a shape, and that shape is what you guys are looking right now. I'm not even drawing at this point. I'm just make the shape that look close enough as a drawing. Well, I'm using a XP pen, 15 inches Pro. I won't really say it's the best budget tablet, but if you really want to have a decent tablet with budget, this is it. But it was like around that time I'm learning drawing, so yeah. Like Huion versus like XP Pen is is like something that has been like go for ages. Even now, Wacom is not even in the pictures anymore. Wacom like lost the drawing tablet war a long time ago. They only are in the premium market. They are not in the you won't see like Wacom in the budget market. They only are keep their lane on the premium market. And even in the premium market, they're losing right now. So normally when you talk about like what kind of like tablet you really want, I would really suggest anything but Wacom. Wacom is basically like how Nokia is back then. They are hip. They are the things that people would say like if you want a phone they would think about. But nowadays you won't even think about Nokia when you think about phone. Wacom have a very shitty customer service too, because like how expensive everything is. They are being very how should I say, very, you know, those kind of like insurance company that try their best to unclaim your claim. Yeah, those are Wacom customer service. If you have issues, they will try their best to get out of like responsibility to either get into like a refund or a tech support, those kind of things as much as possible. Those are Wacom. And the tech side, Wacom, like the very, very expensive one, the super duper expensive one, is still very good, but not all artists is like super rich, you know. Trust me, even like the Blizzard artists, like back in the days, like Blizzard artists like get paid a lot. Nowadays they got relegated to get nothing because everything is AI in Blizzard right now. But back in the days, Blizzard artists earn a lot of money. Even they don't really recommend it, Wacom for high end because like it's just so stupidly expensive. They only use Wacom back then is because the availability of a decent drawing tablet doesn't really exist aside from them. And nowadays there's like XP Pen, Huion, maybe like there's some other brands that I didn't know a long time because like, you know, I haven't like get in touch with like the tablet market for a very long time. But yeah, it's like this type of like thingy has like been a very, very like old, to be honest. Yes, it is. This is why there's so many people using Procreate than as like drawing tab iPad Procreate than most nowadays, because iPad is actually a pretty decent drawing tablet if you really want. And you can use it as a pad too. That's a bonus part of it. Personally, I don't really like Apple products, so I never really even think about it to use anything Apple related, because I don't like the business model, like how Apple does that shit. Even Microsoft also starting to do that shit. And not just Microsoft started to do that shit. Sony PlayStation though start doing that shit. Makes me really hate these two companies even more now. I just don't like how they run their business. But I can't say this thing, their product actually is decently good, especially Apple one. But I can't really say that for Microsoft or Sony PlayStations. They tried to go for that route, but they didn't make sure the product is good. This kind of like piss me off, and I would say they are the far worse company by trying to mimic Apple. Like, if you want to mimic Apple, do a good product first. They didn't even sell a proper product. When all the window will get like forced turned into Windows 11, and then they say they are not going to support like Windows 10 anymore, by forcing people to like use Windows 11, I will reformat my entire computers, turn my OS into Steam OS. I'm not kidding. I don't really need too much things to function. You know, I don't need those AI jazz that they're trying to like force adding into the computers. It's not like I hate AI. It's the forcefully implement things that I hate about them. And because they want to forcefully add those things, and you know, because they want to like forcefully add like a lot of things, they kind of like, how should I say? because they want to forcefully add those things like the AI stuff, the computer have like certain part that are unable to run it because of it. They force people to have the latest hardware to be able to function with their Windows 11. This is why they are forcing people to update their freaking computers. But not lots of people have the money to get like expensive hardware. Expensive new hardware. So this is why like nowadays like Microsoft is getting so much heat about this. Oh, do you know one thing? In this days and age, a lot of people might say like, voice actor have no more futures because of all this thing, and then I'll be like, you know what? This is the best time to get into voice acting. Hi there, everyone. Yeah, currently I'm trying to get into voice acting while like all this shit show is like happening. I was like, ah shit, I tried to get it in the wrong ass time, I guess. Well, a lot of people. Hi there. Well, I can actually change quite a lot of voice, but I only stick with a few one. This one is actually the much more, I would say the much more deep tone for this one. And aside from this, I've been actually trying to get into a lot of like voice acting stuff. So much nowadays. I actually got myself into some nice Discord. Is called the Voice Acting Club. They are the place that to find voice actor, you know. And I've been using that to try to find jobs. Yeah, I did so much auditions, and obviously this voice is like one of them too. And this is my, you know, a lot of people like want young teenager voice. This by default I think is a very decently good like young teenager voice if I want. And yeah, because so many people are still shocked that I'm not 30 years I'm 30 years old. Not like 20ish. But yeah.
And if I want to become an old man, it's actually quite easy. No, again, I am not Dumbledore. No matter how many times you hear it, it's not the voice of Dumbledore.
And I can actually do a little bit of like very like, you know, 50-ish style kind of voiceover thing, but this voice is much more on, you know, those kind of things is for advertisement. So yeah, this voice is not something that people are just going to use anytime sooner.
Yeah, trying to get into voice acting like in this days and age is actually pretty difficult because there's so many AI scripting offer. Well, that is my bread and butter when I play the Ace Attorney series. If you guys didn't know, I used to have this stream that I call in all my friends. If you guys play Ace Attorney before, Ace Attorney have this is this like lawyer game that you do detective and then like try to spot the lies of like the convict. And the game have a very good story, very funny one, and very anime. But here's the thing, this game have no voice acting. Everything is just word like type it out, like, you know, like those kind of like every court sessions, like you have like that guy do the typing thing. It's actually that one. They are trying to mimic that one. And I used to have
we had a witness account describing her.
How?
Can you just let me fucking let me fucking do it?
Oh my god! It's a projection!
So, you are our guest, no? Please let me know if there's anything I can bring you. You want to sketch it? Maybe some tea? Or a favor, you want ice coffee?
look at my legs peeking out. Nice.
Showing some leg to people who need some fan service.
Sneak peek. Just a sneak peek. Yeah.
Court is now in sessions for the trial of Mr. Willpower. The prosecution's ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor.
Oh my god, the voice changes is crazy.
Yeah, I used to do that thing. Now I changed how the courtroom look. But yeah, too bad like this kind of stream is not there anymore. I even draw all the reactive for all my friends. Yeah, I even draw all the like the reactive for all my friends that attend this like particular shows that we can do voiceover together. But here's the thing, everyone is everywhere. Like Ryu, like the two girls is actually like from Australia, and then like the other two guys is like Tigras, the slime one, is actually in Scotland, and then Human, the other green hair, the bald green hair, the balding eagle is like I say, like I mentioned, is in balding eagle place. So he's living in like Texas. So trying to arrange a weekly commitment that we have to stream every week as scheduling is horrendous. It's very difficult. So we end up like like the stream just fizzle out later on. Too bad, like it's really hard to like do like scheduling when everyone is everywhere. Also time zone is a bitch. So yeah, I might actually revive the group. Not my group. It's more like restart the entire like endeavor again. By this time, trying my best to call in some voice actor that really want to like practice their voiceover, because this game is actually really fun to use like voiceover practice because every character is so individual and characteristic. And like in Ace Attorney. So when you try to like voice over the characters, you can add your own interpretations a little bit, or like your, when it comes to like doing voiceover, you need a very good improv skill. So doing this live is a very good way for you to practice and do your improv like voice changing skill. I actually managed to create this old man voice by playing this game. Originally, I kind of have this old man voice, but I struggle to make it. And because the judge is the old guy, I have to keep playing as the judge because nobody can do an old man voice. I keep doing it until
Nowadays I can actually do old man voice and snap without any other help. Back in the days I'd have to be like this. Like I have to do this.
I know, like, trying to make that voice is actually used to be very hard. Now I can just do it on demand without like harming my vocal cord. Back in the days, I really sound like super out of breath while doing that. Now I can just do the old man voice without any issues. So yeah, it's a very fun way to like practice and learn how to do voice acting. And I did repurpose this since I'm not doing like Ace Attorney stream anymore. I did repurpose this place a little bit to turning it into like a talk shows in the futures. When I in the futures have a chance to do a Ace Attorney stream again in a group and play voice acting, yeah, definitely we'll use back this scene. But for now, I think I'm just going to keep using this scene for like talk show in the futures. If you want to post some art, you can post it in creative. There's like the place called creative stuff. Anything that is like creations involvement, you can just post it in it. You did like key change, you did some jewelry yourself, like design, those kind of things. You can just put it in there. Even handicraft or like even music or stuff. everything can put it in there. It's for creative, you know. Even you edit some video, you want to show your edit skill, yeah, you can put it in there too. Just don't put not safe for work stuff in there, you know. If you make a sculpture of like voluptuous titty, don't try to like post it in there. There might be kids in the Discord channel. I don't know. People lie their age a lot. Yeah, because I am also that kind of person too. Like, it's basically almost anything creative, and I actually did make it. I approach like anything creative. This is why I kind of like a jack of all trade. I know lots of things. I made my own model. This is I made my own model and draw my own characters. Write my own novel back in the days. I even rig everything myself. Like, this is my second model. I used to have like the first model that is quite obsolete when I look at it. I just show off that first model not long ago in the stream. And I realized that how obsolete it is. I guess at least my skill has been improving. Oh yeah, by the way, I should show like my masterpiece using this type of like carving style to create. I'm not sure if you guys seen it before. Let's open up this one first. Later I can drag that thing in. And thank you for the compliment, EK. And sometimes I can't actually like reply you guys, is because when I'm talking, I usually really focus on talking. I don't really look at the chat that much. So imagine like you just called in a topic and then I was very into the topic, and then you start to have different conversations. I might not be able to see it. But yeah, this is my greatest creations. Technically my second greatest creations. So I did this thing, is called a coloring page. So essentially it's actually a free coloring page. If you guys want to do a little bit of like color page and stuff, you guys can try to find it in my Kofi. Where's my Kofi? I have it for free. So you guys can just download this and then do some, if you guys like know how to like do coloring and stuff, you guys can actually download it and then use it to color your own things. Let me try to find my own page.
Who's going to regulate it? Who's going to define it? I know the answer to that. The last people in the world.
Yeah, I set it to be free. When you try to get this, they will try to say ask you to buy it or like put some money into it. You can just put 0. Okay, just put 0 there and then you'll get it for free. I use Ko-Fi because I feel like this is the best way to kind of like share it to people without any compressions. From what I heard is actually you can put it in this thing like in Ko-Fi without, you know, like normally you put in like a lots of things into like software. They have like this like compression system in there. I think Dropbox can do that too, but I don't want to share my Dropbox to people, you know. Dropbox or like Google Drive, like those kind of things, like those are much more like on personal. It shows your email and stuff, right? So I don't try to use that thing. I use the Ko-Fi to do this shit. I don't want to just post the line art into Discord too, because Discord actually you go through some encryptions and then it will go back to decrypt into the Discord. So the image you always put in Discord is actually not in the original work. It's already been like encrypted and like compressed and then decrypted again. And this is just like one of them. Ooh, thank you. Thank you for the donations. But either way, this is one of them. I can show some other. I made a Hololive Ina one. And then I also made Dokibird one. Dokibird one is the difficulty hard is because I leave a lot of things blank as possible. So people can do any additional drawing like the background or the table is actually I put it empty. So if you want, you can draw yourself a, you know, you can draw yourself some keyboard, those kind of stuff. Nah, this kind of stuff is like more or less like experimental drawing because I'm still learning how to do a proper coloring book around the time. So it's like I also like written inside it as informations. So if you read it correctly, like it's $0 for a reason. But either way, thank you very much for the $5. And yeah, I even have like the Clip Studio file in there. You can try to find some file converter, convert it into PSD or something like that. Or I think you can actually drag into Photoshop and turn it into PSD. Either way, if you're not using Clip Studio, you can use like Photoshop to actually do it. If you don't use Photoshop, use Krita. I have no ideas. Maybe you can drag into it. It still can open. I'm not really sure. Yeah, literally hand in like the entire, if you want to like do it like full on digitally, I literally just leave it into people's hand, like the clip file, the original clip file too. It's not like you know, I dedicatedly like created a clip file for this. No, this is the original work in there. Like do however you want. Change the drawing a little bit, add some like especially for Dokibird one, if you notice the streamers, Dokibird have a jacket. I didn't draw that jacket for reasons because I want people to have like, this is a harder difficulty, so if people want to add like draw the jacket on their own and then color it, yeah, they can go for it. Yeah, appreciate it. Actually, I've been wishing for that for quite a long time. All the characters you see in that, all are VTubers, so you can try to find like their stuff. You can try to find their like thingy to, you know, art reference, this and that, yeah, that stuff. For Ina, I actually like Ina have a very difficult like clothing patterns. I choose that to be medium difficulty is because like I remove all the clothing pattern. So if you want to like color it, you actually have to color all the clothing pattern itself. And Ina one is the first one I kind of like first coloring page I ever made. So the size is actually not formatted. You might have to format just the size like yourself. But it's funny that lots of people might think that I'm a art streamer because I do a lot of art stuff. I'm not actually. I'm just a guy that have a little bit creativity, that's all. And my content is actually more about gaming and how to do streaming or just chatting. Yeah. I'm more of a chatter than an artist. In fact, you could actually say this, that I am a content creator or a streamer that just happens to know how to draw. It's not, I'm not the opposite, an artist that know how to play games. Oh, obviously it's Monster Hunters. Wow, I've been playing that a little bit too much. I drew so much and erased it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, because they have a big like puff-up sleeve, so at the end of the hand is still going to like block a lot because of that. Like, you know, like those kind of people who draw the entire skeleton and then they add like flesh onto it and then like this and that, yeah, that stuff. Like I'm essentially like doing the same thing. This pose is actually really difficult to draw. Because essentially right now, I kind of like drew it in the wrong angle. It's not supposed to be like this. I need to squeeze them in a little bit more. Something like this. Yeah. Too bad lots of things has to be erased. And this is going to be one of the hardest things I need to do. Yeah, using this kind of like drawing method have one big issues. I can't actually draw detail that well. Like detail is like one of the weakness of this thing because like it's used for blocking usually this type of tool. When I say blocking, it's just trying to form a shape. So if you want to form a very detailed shape, at the end still like using brush tool is always easier. I'm not using it, so it's going to be much more difficult. But yeah, I think like time to time you guys will see, if you watch me long enough, you guys will notice I stream a lot of games. Like yesterday I just streamed the washing Power Wash Simulators because it's a good, you know, just chat game. Sadly, there's nobody in there. Ooh, thank you very much, everyone. But here's the thing. I'm a guy who is very, very transparent, so I'm going to show you guys this thing. Ooh, it's 21. Thank you, everyone. But yeah, in order for me to actually get monetized in my channel, the first phase of monetization on like super chat and this and that kind of stuff, you required 500 like subscriber, and then you need to upload 3 video. That is like, wow, I was like, this requirement is easy. It's like, unless you really like super viral, like the moment you post, you get like thousands of viewers, like millions of viewers, which is like quite impossible. I've been streaming for so long, I only got 23 views at the moment. I'm not even kidding about that. Let me like scroll this thing down. Now you see this? This is what we have right now. I have 23 visited, dropping in and out. Just that. And aside from me reaching 500, it's not even actually eligible. Like, I need to zoom it in like closer for you guys to see. So I get 500, it's still not exactly eligible. I have to have this one of this thing is like getting like, I need my short to have within like 3 months, my short need to have either 3 million view, which wish me luck, it's not going to happen. I don't do a lot of shots. Or within a year, I have more than 3,000 public watch hour. So in order to have that, I need to have like one video that practically, imagine like I made like a 10-minute video and then I post it out, and then I need so many people. I can't do calculation that well. Just say maybe like 6,000 people watch everything to actually get eligible. But here's the thing. Here's my content. All the video I made. This is like the latest video I just posted out not long ago. And I get 0 view. I got 1 like, but 0 view. Oh, that is like magic. But all the video I made is the view itself, people click in and out, is still considered a view, would be 40-ish. Everything is actually under 50, unless I try to do something special like this one, like complain about a game, and then somehow I got like this many people watch. I don't really get a lot of view. Oh, my head is blocking. You guys can't even see jack shit. Hold on a little bit. Okay, let's do this. So yeah, right now you see like this part is how much view I have. Like every view I got is under 50 most of the time. All the video I made. Even live, if I go show my live, this is the live data. I have 15 view, solid view that have been stay for like a few minutes. 25. This one is like accidental like stream. I should delete this thing actually. I don't want to leave like a scar in the report. Last time I do a drawing stream, 25 view. And then I do my Power Wash Simulators, 8 view. I try to do a Just Chat stream, 30. Another like drawing stream, 14. Another originally I was going to like do this one. Actually, the 14th, actually I was doing a drawing stream, but my disability like was acting up, so I can't really draw, so I end up turning into just chat stream. My drawing stream 28, Blast Blue stream 17, my Marvel Rival stream did 38 people, and then my birthday stream 21 people. Again, just chat. My Ramadan stream, like all these like things, you can see something very distinct. Except when I try to do a special like Ramadan event around the time, I get more than 50. Aside from that, even that is just like 2 of the stream I managed to get this much. Standardly, most of my stream is below 50. No matter what I do, it's below 50. I might be sometime get a lucky hit like 50, 60. That's all. This is the life of a content creator. Imagine like anyone they targeted to become famous. They just want to become famous. And then they start streaming. They start making content. Mainly it's for the business side. This is why I say that not a lot of people actually manage to earn a living as a content creator and then just gave up afterward, because they never really trying to become a content creator because of their personal need. Like some people become a content creator because they want to share a hobby they do. Maybe like I love fishing, so I share lots of hobby about fishing, something like that. For me, I love gaming and love chatting with people, so I do a lot of stream that just chatting with people, you know? Just that. And there's so many people, they start a stream because they want to be famous. Not like sharing something as a hobby. They want to do the viral stuff, some challenge stuff, you know? Like do some dance, those kind of things. Like trying to like do Mr. Beast. To be honest, I really think he ruined the entire YouTube, but that is the opinion myself. I should keep. But still, the hobby sharing thing has been like faded out a long time ago. Long time ago. But there's still lots of people who actually still doing content creation even now, and they have like a decent viewing because they are very consistent with the hobby they're showing. For me, you can see my content is literally a very mix of a lots of things in terms of like you can see this drawing, gaming, chatting, drawing, gaming, chatting, drawing, gaming, chatting. It's like completely like outside of like YouTube algorithm to show it to people. So this is like one of the reasons I keep getting like you know, restrained on view. But yeah, times change a lot. I watched so many things in the past in YouTube. Smosh in the past. Tobuscus doing the trailer thing. A lot more like YouTuber that doesn't really stream anymore. Not stream, like making a video content anymore, like from the olden days, because like YouTube kind of like, sadly to say, I have profanity in my stream, so YouTube kind of fucked them up, you know? They turned their back on the olden days like creators that do a lot of like interesting like skits content, you know, have like lots of like hobby showing, this and that other stuff. They kind of turned that back on them a long time ago, which I kind of like don't really like it, but too bad there's only like 2 platforms exist, technically 3, that's for like showing video. 1, Twitch. 2nd, YouTube. Both are actually equally bad, so it's like pick your poison. And Not a lot. Not a lot. Blue Sky have a very big limitations, and Twitter, unless you pay them, you can't exactly become a content creator there. Unless you're like a serial Twitter. Like you just keep tweeting stuff for like cloud and things. Like I don't use like here's the funny things. I don't actually use social media. I don't know how to use it, and I never will try to learn how to use it. Because I'm not just I have a social media, I have a Twitter, but I'm only using it because I am a streamer. I am a VTuber. I do VTubing stuff. So I decided to create a VTubing account and then stream at it. I have Twitter Blue, it's not because I buy it. I have a friend. He didn't know about like content creations, but he know about Twitter. You can buy like this blue check mark. You can help like more or less like boost your post. So he decided to buy me a year worth of like Twitter Blue. So this is why I'm kind of like streaming in Twitter too. It paused at me at the worst possible face. But yeah. So I try to post here. This is like the first thing you will see. If you click into my page, this is the first thing you see. I should have a lot of view. That's me. Because every single time the first thing you view is actually this thing. I should have a lot of view, but no. Because nobody clicked into my profile. And if you scroll down, 12 view. 7 view. And then 18 view. 13 view. Why? Because everything I post, this is like repost. Repost is like I just share things out, so it's not my post. When you see high number, it's not my post. I didn't create my own post. Like try to think this is my own post. I say like I'm making stickers, this and that, yeah, that stuff. 50 only. And then this is some other like cosplay post. Ooh la la. And then normal Booba shows is like, even Booba show is like 200-ish K only for her. It's like, this is my drawing post. Not good. This is my other like streaming post. Not good. This is something I share. This is something I share. Also, yes, I'm into that shit. Like again, sometimes I stream in here. Sometimes I post my stuff here. See, repost. Post my art stuff. Post my talk stuff. You can see everything I have here is the view. The view is always like every single time I post anything, my own thing. Not when I'm sharing other people's stuff. This is I'm sharing other people's stuff. This is I'm sharing other people's stuff. I get like more than 50 view. When I'm actually doing my own things, talk about something, talk about this, talk about that, I never really get enough view on anything at all. It's always below 50 because I have no idea how to do social media posting. I never really use social media, and I'm not kidding. The longest social media that I use is kind of like Facebook. But I don't even use Facebook, to be honest. Back in the days, even when I got into Facebook, I'm considered like a very late Facebook user. Like back in the days, like when Facebook exists, like a lot of people using it, is like Farmville, like playing those kind of like Facebook games, those kind of things, right? I was past that era and then joined it. I was very late into the Facebook thing, while everyone is using Facebook, and then I'll be like, what the heck is that? I'm using MSN to like just directly talking to people only. MSN, yes, MSN. I'm not even use Skype or anything like that. I'm a very like face-to-face kind of like interactive person. I don't try to like post shit. I only try it now because I'm a VTuber, not because I'm willing to do this thing like automatically, you know? It's for publicities. It's not for like I'm trying to get clout or anything. I'm 30 years old. I got into Facebook maybe like around your time that you start to get into Facebook. And Facebook was actually really even earlier time. You know? So, yeah, like I say. And also, here's the thing. This proves one thing. They say like by default, if you post anything, you have Twitter Blue. The benefit of like, if I go to like premium, the benefit of Twitter Blue, I guess. Let's go to click upgrade. It will show you the basic one. This is the basic one. This is the one I'm using. Here's the thing. It tells you larger reply boost. Get page post. Like this one, you need to get eligible to actually do that. And check mark, increase thing. Like here's the thing. Here's this thing. I get a post boost, which I didn't get anything. I did show you I have no people noticing my post at all. Maybe it's the wording is wrong. I don't know. But I can definitely tell you that having Twitter Blue doesn't do you jack shit. Don't buy it. Wasting your money. My friend wastes all his money on this particular thing for no reason. I told him that you should just give me the money. I can buy something useful. I'd rather buy something useful, okay? You buy me food. You buy me 6 box of pizza. It's more worthwhile than give me Twitter fucking Blue. I'm more of a practical person myself. That thing is not practical at all. Now I'm having like this blue check mark. People just think of it like, yeah, this is a joke. You got blue check mark. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, being clowned on having a Twitter Blue is the most likely cases. He said like it's for your marketing bro. It's your marketing bro. Like marketing my ass. Maybe I can actually post my ass out. I can get a better marketing. You know, just doing something like this. Cool. And then I get like better marketing just from doing that. Imagine if I just go into Twitter and start posting that I'm just showing my ass, not even taking off my pants, just twist around, show my ass, take a pictures, I might get viral more than that. I'll get famous for a different reason in the futures, maybe, I guess. Maybe I should actually do that. Who knows? Like I say, I'm actually not a person that are very good at marketing and stuff. If I'm good at marketing, you would hear my name like from across the sky and seas a long time ago. I am a streamer. I'm not a market placement. Sadly. Maybe in the future, someone is like very good at like Clipper or like market thingy. He knows that I'm actually a good streamer and then start clipping shit out of me to do like lots of things. Aside from that, it's like not possible for me. I can't do like a lot of active stuff that trying to promote myself. I feel a little bit narcissistic if I do that, actually. And to be honest, you really need to be a little bit narcissist if you really want to market yourself a lot. I understand that, and I know I should do it, but I don't know. Something is restraining me. Moral reasons? Like, who needs moral when you don't have money that you manage to earn? I literally have like a medical conditions that I can't actually like do a lot of work, but my medical condition is still not exactly a disability, even though it is, because it's quote unquote under investigations. So 5 years of being a disabled but not disabled at the same time. I'm not inside a disabled list. I don't even get a disabled benefit. So I'm just like a useless guy in my house that can't even earn money due to like my stuff. Look at Gianni Samalu. His delusion actually get him that far. Obviously, I'm not going to become him. Like that is like the most desperate person if you kind of have to see it. Hi there, Tapao. Where's Xiaobao? And also Xiaolongbao. And 叉烧包。叉烧包，大家都爱吃叉烧包，忘记了其他东西包，王子与怎样唱。I'm not really good at singing Chinese song. The only Chinese songs that I know how to sing is 下飞机飞到天上去，跌下来跌下来。If you guys didn't know, it's basically a children's song. 两只老虎跑得快跑得快，一只没有眼睛，一只没有尾巴，真奇怪真奇怪。Oh, by the way, a lot of people thought I'm a banana because I speak English. Well, obviously, it's a children's song. By default, the way they made it is like cute in the like lyrics wise. They trying to make it as cute as possible. But yeah, funny thing is like a lot of people who is Chinese that kind of like know me for a very long time, they all suspect I'm banana because I never speak a lick of Chinese or Cantonese or Hakka or Hokkien. Actually, I know how to speak all of them. So at the moment, like some people like went ahead and asked like, "Are you a banana?" And I'll be like, 我几时变了一个香蕉啊？啊，变了香蕉没关系哦，香什么种类的香蕉先？我对香蕉很 picky 啊，有黃色香蕉啦、紅色香蕉啦、青椒啦，好多椒噶啦。你無端端要我吔蕉做咩？Well, either way.
Good anytime, sir. Wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Kirivako and I'm your host and your void voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. And when you started watching me, you will encounter a guy that will went off a tangent and start yapping about stuff. Hi there.
But to be honest, back in the days, I watched a lot of like art stream to learn art too. If you guys want a very good YouTube like tutorial that teach you how to do a lot of like art stuff, I know a few sites that is very obscured. YouTube buried that channel because he decided to do more like mental illness awareness stream and stuff. So because you're talking about mental issues, and the channel YouTube decided to bury any channel that mentioned this kind of stuff, or like the yabai stuff, or like, you know, like the sensitive stuff. YouTube will always like actively bury the channel if they try to like do those kind of things. So he is a very good teacher on teaching art, to be honest, because he is not like, imagine like there's like artistic people and like there's people who actually have to learn the basic foundation stuff to learn how to be good at art. He is that kind of guy, so he understands how to teach people that is not really on like the artistic side to learn how to draw. He is actually that good at teaching about that particular kind. And I watch a lot of his video because I am not a very artistic person. I'm a creative person, not an artistic person. Both are a very different spectrum. So with that, I'm able to learn a lot of things about art from watching him, because he teach a lot in the perspective of how are you going to learn as a person who is not really artistic. And I learned how to draw a lot from him. And I can actually pull up one video just for that. And like how to draw a paint video, like you can find this guy, Psychra. He have a lot of very good tutorial and teach you how the basic drawing. You can see like he have a lot of like very interesting art style too. Like the older video, the newer video, like teaching you how to like anatomy series. Yes, the anatomy series is so good and everything. Like he will teach you like the full-on anatomy, like how to draw properly. Once you watch this thing, if you have like a certain level of like art skill, you watch this thing, like he will teach you how to like how people like on the pro did things like this, and then he would teach you in the process how he actually find a way to simplify it. I usually have his video kind of like have his video like there while I'm studying or like doing homework, or like just draw together along with him, just listen to him talking about this, like how his like process and everything is really enjoyable, to be honest.
Not usually, because it depends again on how developed you are.
He would tell you like why this thing happened, like how to do like, see like this thing is like how people like draw the shoulder, this and that, yeah, that stuff, how to draw chest muscle, how to draw a particular like shoulder muscle, those kind of things.
Hey everyone, Psychriasin here, and in this lesson I'm going to be covering the shoulder, and pretty much the whole shoulder girdle. So I'm going to be focusing on the deltoid and
like this thing, like after he teach you like the most basic stuff, he would teach you like how to draw the bone properly, why the bone is functioning this way, and like the muscle, like how to separate the muscle, where the bone come from, this and that, yeah, that stuff. It's a very good series, and he teach a lot of like very good drawing stuff too. And you can watch a lot of like his like older stream.
Now it's being squeezed, the deltoid's pushing against it. Like so. Because it's coming from behind the neck.
I don't think he put like any video lately too. It's like take a look, like 11 months ago. Ooh, he's still doing lots of drawing stream. Like you can see like all his thing. He have a very interesting art style too. Similar with mine. Mine is also the hybrid of like older like comic art mixed with a lot of manga like art style together. He's also doing something similar too. And he have like a lot of like live, like not the live now. It's like yeah, like now he's like doing his like normal life. Like there's a past time that he basically just have a lot of life that is like the oldest one. Yeah, the oldest one, like oldest. Oh, he delete a lot of life. Huh. I guess like it's because like yeah, the psychological stuff.
Hey everyone, this is.
Yeah, he did like a lot of like talk about like on the psychological side thingy, so like end up like get buried the channel. But if I go for like his oldest video, I have to like go back to the oldest video because I watched like his channel for a very long time ago. He have this friend. I'm not sure I can find like it's like archive stream stuff. So where is it? Yeah, he have this friend called Bob Meatback. He actually is like a very good like try to think like he is like more of the artist like on the, you know, like the what side, the logical side. He have a friend is like super artistic side, and he can do a lots of like amazing like drawing. Where is it? Can't find it. But yeah, like this one, he is like, he was in his stream enough that a lot of people got curious about like his drawing skill, because this guy draw disturbing shit.
Oh yeah, I remember now. These two, I did.
And then like, but he's actually very good at like cursive kind of like drawing. You can see this. Like his drawing have a lot of flow into it, like this kind of things.
Starting to get into
See?
anatomy. Like I'm really trying to figure out, okay, enough is enough. My drawings are
like this guy is like super artistic kind of look at it. He's like really good at drawing. But yeah, like you guys can try to like find like Sakura channels and then like watch all the tutorial thingy. It's actually really interesting to learn like a lot more like on the drawing, like reasoning, all the basic aspect of like a lot of things. Because like here's the thing, way too many people watch a lot of like shortcut, you know, like this kind of tips on how to draw, like draw this kind of style, tips to do this, do that. They teach you the foundation of drawing. They will help you and explain like the process of the foundation of drawing, why it is important. Because try to think this, if you have the foundation of drawing, you essentially are playing a character slider in the game. Because once you know how to draw an eye properly, the actual eye properly, you notice a lot of element of the eye. And then you learn how to adjust a eye, make it big in a way that is so logically you see is fine no matter what, how you adjust it. I actually have like this particular page that I have is also teaching the same as thing. And why I can teach this thing is because I watch his video and I understand how important foundation is. What is it? File. Every single time I try to find it, I need to take some time. It's much more easy to find in here. So things like this. Imagine that I can actually draw eye like this. Actually, I did draw my eyes like this. I study a lot about eye stuff, and then study the muscle, study this and study that. If you're kind of familiar, if you draw a lot, you were familiar with like anime style, they will always have this dot here for no reasons. All anime characters, sometimes at some certain angle, there's like a dot there. But I can tell you one thing, if you ask a lot of people know how to draw anime style, ask them what this dot is, some people can vaguely answer you, or like they never know what the heck it is, because they see in the tutorial people did that, and then they did that. And everyone does that shit, so they does that shit. But they have no idea what this dot actually is. But if you have a decent enough foundations, you know how a normal human face work, even in a very anime way, you will notice your top eyebrow here, like your eyebrow, oh, here. You try to wiggle it, touch it, and then wiggle it, it's a muscle itself. And then if you try to touch your eyelid, your upper top like eyelid like this one, you touch it and then try to wiggle your eyebrow, you notice like your eyelid is not actually moving. Yes, the skin is getting dragged, but your eyelid have the muscle of its own. So when you open and close, have a different muscle, and your eyebrow have a different muscle. When they kind of like move and squish together, it kind of like, you know, like balloon kind of like squish together, or like your fingers kind of like squishing together, like seeing this. There's like a squish, there's a shadow there. When things are touching, there's a shadow. So, and because of that kind of like concave in that like created from like squishing together with different muscle, like two balloons like squishing together, it create a shadow here. And then that shadow is that dot. This is why at some angle of like anime character you can't see the dot, some angle you do see. Because I'm in a certain angle, like you still can see like the shadow being cast. Imagine like the light is coming from this angle. Imagine like the light is actually coming from this angle. And then you can see the shadow more. If the light is like shining from this angle, the light actually got covered up a lot. So you would just see line instead of like the dot. So knowing the basic is a very important thing, because once you learn how to draw something like this, you know how to draw anime eye properly by knowing what eye part you can enlarge without any issues, what kind of like eyebrow like length distance you can move that doesn't look bad. Because once you understand the anatomy of a lot of things, even like the detailed stuff or non-detailed stuff, you would have more capabilities to learn how to adjust the eye. Something like this. Like every single time to time, you guys need to spend like some time to do like a very heavy study, like on how things is like that. You can see something like this, something like this. I'm trying to do like the backbone, like the collar blade thing. Show the back. Like time to time, people need to sit down and then do some studying. When I say studying, it's trying shit out. It's really trying shit out. You need to know, like, you need to know what the study is from. Keep trying shit out. Even though the ugly art is going to be ugly, when you try shit, it's going to fail. And then you know what is fail, and then you have to study how did you fail. What kind of things that kind of like makes things that fail. Even your complete work, even your just try to complete every single things that you try to make is the most important things. Even though you're trying some things and then it gone really wrong, it is still very ugly looking after you finish it. Look at it. Be proud of the shitty work you make. because this is going to be a very good study material for you. So don't be embarrassing on like the shitty artwork that you created. Eventually, it's just going to turn into something like this. And I still do not believe this. I made this thing sometimes. But yeah. Why, thank you. I draw lots of things. Actually, I also tried to make another one, is Iris from Hololive, but that one is a nightmare for me at the moment. You can see how complex the hair is, because it's actually how complex her hair actually is. If I go to find a... let me go and try to find it. Iris character sheet. So I'm going to show you guys this particular part. She have a very vibrant color. Ooh, open this thing is in another new image. No, I can't. So you try to look at this thing, how her hair is right now. She has a very puffy ponytail, but not ponytail, twin tail. But you kind of notice her twin tail is actually from, like, this is like the tied up area. From right side, go to the left in a very S-shaped angle. And then from left side, go to the right end of the S-shaped angle to the twin tail. Do you know how complex that shit is when you try to draw the hair in like the graceful flowing manner? Like, you don't know where the hair actually start, like going from left to right to right to left, because how everything functioning quite individual strand and lump. And then I have to make this shit happen. It's a nightmare for me. And I'm still struggling to make the other side of a ponytail. Even right now, it's still like a nightmare for me. I haven't really started yet because of that. And I still make quite a few things out. It's like, let me show it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't even have to open up 3 things. So you can see this. This is like a coloring page I created from modeling, like from Project Melody. And then this one is Ina. And then this one is Doki Bird. Iris actually does have a very complicated design, but I think the only thing that I got hit by it is actually just the hair. Just the hair itself. Any other thing is fine, to be honest. Everything is okay for me. Just the hair. The hair is my only kryptonite at the moment. And let me show you my most proudest work. Project Melody one is actually my second one, because my first one is this one. For reason is, it let me discover I can do this shit. Because I never really have this like using Lasso 2 to draw line art thing until I did this. And then I realized that, oh, I can actually do this thing using like Lasso 2 this way. and I developed like a method, from a process on how to do this thing using this image. I created my entire like using the carving style skill set from this particular drawing. If you didn't know what I'm talking about when I talk about carving style, is a art style that kind of, not exactly art style, it's like a drawing method that I created to, like, imagine if I erase this thing, so if I, not this one, you know what, okay, if I randomly like draw a face, a face like this, it's just a sketch, a random sketch of a face. And then I have to draw a line art, but I'm shit at line art, so I decided to do this. Lasso tool. Instead of drawing a line art, I decided to do something like this. And using the lasso tool in Clip Studio, do this kind of erasing. With this, I have the capability to form however shape I really wanted. Like, I think of it like, if I feel like, yeah, this line is a little bit too thick, I can just like chip it out, make it thinner. Or I feel like, oh, the face I drew is too sharp, so I decided to do something like this. And then voila, now I have a much more rounder face. Maybe I wanted a better curve, I'll add more, and then remove more, add more, remove more, things like that. And then I have a facial shape this way. If the light is actually coming from here, and I will be able to like thin out the line furthermore, because where the light shine is the thinnest part of your, like, it's going to be a thinnest part of your line art. Where the shadow hits is going to be the thickest part of your line art. So with that, you would have much more control over your artwork. So doing this, I can do the hair. See? Of course, I'm doing it like in a really fast way, not really careful at all. The more careful you are doing this thing, you can create a more creative like line art flow as much as you want. And I can show like most of the art that I created using this kind of like method. This is one of it, and then let me try to find my old drawing. So let's bring this thing here. So this is one of it. Ta-da! And then this is the more emphasized on the shadow part. I'm technically still in like process of learning how to properly use this kind of like style to draw. And there's this one. This one is much more harder because the clothes itself is already black, so you already know like how heavy the inking is. So I decided to use highlight to like show the shape of the body instead of like just make like full black blob. This is like a good practice. And then there's like this one. I'm trying to use this method to create a comic. This is my first experiment that I didn't know what to do. I just randomly does it. And then like the most proudest one that I just show is technically the second one. I kind of like understand how to do things. And this one. Low key, trying to show us a like keyblade. But I can't really say it's a keyblade. And this one.
I don't have money to buy Takodachi merch, so I draw myself having one.
But yeah, like this one. And this is the most experimental one. I'm not using any black at all. I do love like how the slime like end up like looking like But this is like a very early version, so I can't really make like a very good straight line. Yeah, this is the fail versions. I'm trying to make it as like you know, as lewd as possible. I realize I'm not those kind of person who can do that. I'm too say so in program, even though how much degenerate knowledge I have. I just cannot draw not safe for work stuff. For some reason, like doing it creatively, I cannot. Where's the real one? Ah, yes, this one. This one is like, you notice like the first few one always like show the top of the body only. So I decided to make one that is only I'm trying to make one with a full body, but I'm using a square format to draw, so like around the time, so like I have to like squeeze her down a little bit. So yeah, this is the first time I draw entire like body in using this style. I still have one more. Where is it? Where's the Sayume one? Try to find it. Sayume one is like I learned pretty much how to like do this thing normally. Yeah, this one. I try to draw the motorcycles too. Actually, I did the I increased the butt size a little bit too much, so I try my best to like reshape the butt, like nerf the buttock a little bit. I can actually even show you guys the video. Hold on. Actually, if you guys manage to find my channel, like I have a lot of short about like the process of like did in like speedrun. Sayume one is it's not here, it's like even before that. Yeah, this one. Back then it's still just able to do it 1 minute, else I can like show it longer. Oops, I can do it. I cannot do this here. It's not going to function properly.
Up in the sky, I'm reaching high, gonna shine so bright, gonna touch the sky. No need to look back, no need to think twice.
Yeah, I spent so many times because I never draw the character before, so I don't know how to. I draw her VTuber before, so I have to like draw a few times to get used to like her character design.
I'm reaching high, gonna shine so bright, gonna touch the sky. No need to look back, no need to think twice. Gonna shoot for the stars, gonna roll the dice. I'm on a mission, I won't stop now. Gonna make it happen no matter how. Got the fire burning deep inside, I won't let nothing stand in my stride. Gonna shoot for the stars.
It's fine. Definitely more people are going to watch it, the more like yabai you actually try to draw. I can't really draw yabai art, so I always like relegate to the background, to be honest, because my art is not very eye-catching. And if you kind of do notice this part, like I did draw the butt a little bit too big, and then you will always see me like there's like a hyper edit in here in this part. And then later on, I nerve it even further. Halfway I finish the bike, I'll be like, nah, the booty's too big, and I nerve it a little bit more. This particular part, you see this? I still feel like the booty is too big. Nerve it a little bit more. Even further nerve. Well, also like drawing not safe for work art is kind of fine. Like have you guys like seen like Dokibird doing that like waifu cup like art contest? I actually joined it. Back then I was still not really good at my like drawing style yet, so it's not actually the best one, but I tried. Yeah, around this time, there's like two camps. One, a lot of people doing the tomato meme, and then a lot of people doing tomato meme, or the second camp, a lot of people draw it as lewd as possible. all the big booba one is like that. I was like, holy shit. And now we like we started a war between like either you go with like a fully like tomato like meme one, or like you go for like a very like lewd versions. Like we having a war between two camp. And then I'll be like, you know what? You want lewd? I'll draw lewd, I think. And then I draw this. Yeah, everyone is showing chest, so I'm showing chest. I'm showing chest in the most unconventional way. Too bad I didn't even get into like the top 50. Why, thank you. But yes, again, like it's not like I condone people who draw like lewd art. I even can draw myself if I want. I just like my programming refused to do like too much. Like this one. Yeah, this one I'm just being lazy and just curving a lower half of the body. I'm just finding an excuse to cover the lower half of the body thingy. This is what I call a simple style. It's basically still a very sloppy sketch. It's just a much more cleaner, complete sketch than like most sketch kind of looks like. It's just a very clean sketch instead of like, you know. My art style is trying to make it as simple as possible, and then make it as anime influenced as possible. I was like, heck, I draw Project Melody in the most say-so way, in the most say-so scene as possible already. Like, it's basically I have that ability to do that. I just draw the newest person is the most say-so pose. Like this one, and no. What about my other one? Oh, yes. Yeah, the Project Melody one. So this is the Project Melody one. Originally, I was just going to draw her like on a cup of coffee with a bagel dunking on it. I actually accidentally draw her head a little bit too big, so I ended up like squeeze the head a little bit. Yeah, drawing detail in this one is very difficult. Try doing this. Like this carving style have one weakness, and that weakness is actually drawing things like in high detail. You can see, I choose the Lewis outfit, and then I managed to draw almost no boobs in there. No boobs. No ass. And then people wonder like, why do you draw that? I mean, I don't know. I like her personalities. I mean like actual personalities, not just like the chest part. Here's the thing. Do you see that? Do you see that? This zipper? This zipper? I spent 12 hours on it. Again, this is why I say that the weakness is actually the weakness of this like drawing style is the carving style is actually the detail. I spent 12 hours on this thing. I'm drawing all the zipper one by one. And this one is worse because this one is like the angle is actually a little bit 3D looking. So I had to draw the entire like zipper in like 3D. And that I didn't even color it properly. I didn't even color it because like the background is gray, so I just keep it, never color it as like as just like a normal zipper, you know. I didn't even color grade in it at all. And I spent so much time on just drawing the zipper alone. I was like, man. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to like have like this thing like line art, actually I was like putting it in my own like Kofi channel. You guys can go in the description. You guys can go into my Kofi channel. It's free, so you guys can actually get it. Just have a little bit coloring. I even have the original clip file in there, so have fun with that too. If you want to like change a little bit, that like the background and stuff. The potential of turning the coffee into suspicious white fluid is actually really easily. But yeah, like I'm showing you guys like the most Lewis things I managed to be able to draw. Like this one is one of the two. I'm really not used to draw this kind of things, to be honest. I can draw sexy. Yes, I can draw sexy. But lewd? No. I don't know why my brain is like, God forbid. Like sexy pose like this, I can draw. Lewd pose? No, I can't. My brain have a very weird programming functions. And then there's the Chaos one is fun, but yeah, this Doki Bird one. What's the bow one I drew? Yeah, the bow one is here. I could say like when I start drawing like lots of things, like this is the first one I ever actually draw that have like lots of like booba being like reviewed. Yeah, I'm going for like the Little Mermaid, like coming out from the standing on the rock kind of like scene there, but for her it's like lots of blood. If the ship is on fire. But it was like halfway I learned that she actually have a long hair versions. I should actually draw the long hair versions rather than the short hair versions. Hari Raya, there's like firecracker. Like holy shit. How? Yeah, this one and one of my best one, I guess, is actually this is like what kickstarted most of my drawing stuff, I guess. I used to do like a challenge. Is like I draw one VTuber and then that VTuber can like nominate another friend of that particular VTuber, and then like they would just keep nominate a friend after next. I actually still haven't drawn the latest one. I should actually draw the latest one, but I have to do some stickers, merchandise, because there's a convention is going to start, and then I got a friend told me that I can draw merchandise art, give it to her, and and then she can print it out and then sell it in her booth if I wanted to do that. So I'm trying to like draw a few like merchandise art. Like the one that I'm drawing right now, this one is actually a sticker. I'm going to draw Makoko and Fuawa, and then in this kind of post, and then like there's still like all the Advent characters. But yeah, like again, like let's show this one. Oops, this one. Nope, not this one. This show like how simple my art style is actually is. It's basically just a sketch. It's a sketch plus, you know? It's not like a high budget artwork, it's like a good enough artwork. I do like the music I put in there. Doom. But yeah, that's all. Like I still can. Obviously I can show more, but I've been showing quite a lot of things. So if you guys are interested in it, you guys can take a look at a few of the other things that you guys didn't see. But yeah. I do love to stay and chat more, but it's like I've been streaming for 5 hours and my progression is actually not really that much. Merchandise, you need to have like a much more solid color, solid lining. You can't have like fade line that much, because not a lot of like printing machine is built for being able to do like transparency, like opacity line that well. So your artwork need to be very, very solid. So this kind of art style I'm using is actually really suitable for like merchandise art. It's because how solid all the line is. Because the way I used to draw it is there's basically no fading line. It's a one solid blob of colors. If I'm drawing Mokoko, definitely the belly button need to be like show off. No matter what. I'm gonna get complained if people don't see belly button. Alright then, Dabao. Good to do your work. And I will also be almost close my stream because it's been quite a while. I streamed for like 5 hours already. Ooh. Also, hi there, Siama. Now you just join in. How's the firework around you? Like, for some reason, I hear firecracker in Hari Raya, and I was like, oh, wait, what? Also, happy Hari Raya, Xiaoma. So, where's my green bao? You're definitely rich. Like, there's freaking firecracker when I hear it. Like, holy shit. Since when they become Chinese New Year? I think they try to take revenge from, like, the unholy amount of firecracker we release in Chinese New Year. Because they never used a firecracker before, obviously. They should leave it to the professional. The Chinese neighbor. Well, at least you can ask for the paint job to be fixed. Ooh, this is a very good looking hat. Nice. Well, if you ever notice like there's a paint job got chipped, you still can let them know. But maybe after a few days, not like now. You would look like a dick if you just immediately go and complain. I know it's not your fault, but still, it can be looked at like that. Yeah, sad part is this kind of things like happens a lot too. A lot more than you think. Ooh, I think did I make the fingers a little bit too spread out? I think I've shortened the finger a little bit. And maybe from a little bit professional standpoint, I might overdid the finger length or the finger angle, because like essentially you can't really like, see like the detail. My eye see the detail because like I'm doing this like black blob thing. Once I actually like carve enough like detail in, you will see like there will be like issues. So I'm just trying to preemptively prevent that first. I don't want to do too much corrections. Like now you see, if I zoom it out, you can see like the palm distance is a little bit too far apart. Like the edge, I can show it to you something like this. Now you know like it's a little bit like this gap is not fully filled enough, not rounded enough. Then this finger should be much more narrow and rounded here. So is this finger too? Yeah, by glance, usually you won't really notice this. This is like, especially like hand foreshortening like this, it's actually much more difficult to like judge the distance and like length. Even artists cannot spot that shit, so it's much more difficult. When I do this like black blob thing, it would be even harder for them to like see it. I think. Unless they're like super pro. So if I start, imagine like this is like the part of the hand. Then I start this as the part of the things, that is the fingers. Then do another one. Then do another one here. Do you start seeing it? The finger shape. It's like, if I don't do this, you won't be able to see the finger shape properly. People recognize like finger this way. Now can I look at it? This part should be actually shorter. Because you don't know where did the finger start, where did the finger end. So when I actually start making this, I know which part of like the segment is too long, and then I can shorten it up. Like where it starts and where it ends always is like one of the most difficult part. And I haven't really detailed them yet. I only like try to like form the shape properly. Ta-da! This is the correct length, and then the pinky I need to shorten it even more because pinky is always the shortest. After doing all this thing. Done. Ooh! Man, I'm tired. I've been chatting and drawing for like a straight up 5 hours. This is a sticker merchandise, so in the future, like I think like one of my PS5. Nah, just PS5 controller. I bought the controller to play Monster Hunters. The superior controller. I may hate Sony, but man, that controller is actually really good. The controller is legit really good. Technically, you're right. You saw some PS5. This is the sum. The sum PS5. It is a part of PS5. So you technically are right. But yeah, it's been a while. It's like, how many... What time is it now? Like 10? Holy shit, 11:40. It's almost 12. I've been streaming that long. Oh, boy. I didn't even notice. You know, imagine like I just say like, all right, I'm tired. I might go to sleep, and immediately got like 80 people raid me. I'll be like, oh shit, I need to keep doing this shit. All right, I will keep streaming. Something like that happens. Yeah, I need to take my medications too. I'm starting to get dizzy. Like, being a streamer, this thing is actually going to like, happen to once or twice in your life. The moment you want to end your stream, and then there'll be a bunch of people like decided to raid you for no reasons. It's a curse of streamer. Eating medicines in a empty stomach. Technically, you can do for this one, but still. Do not copy what I do. It's not going to be good for your health. All right. Well, I guess really have not lots of people here. All I can do is just maybe some chat and stuff. Just that. My stream is always a just chat stream in disguise. It always is, and it will always be. A lot of people thought they kind of like interrupting my work, and I'll be like, it's fine. In fact, it's better. You're making me do my original job as a streamer, chatting and entertain people instead of just trying to work, you know? Oh, now I have to figure out how to shape up the palm and stuff. It's going to be much more like headache stuff. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is a good time and a good day. Because Hari Raya, not a lot of people like watch my stream around this time. I've been streaming for 5 hours straight. There's no Malaysian coming in. Yeah, holiday for you means that I got a customer for that day. Not actual customer. I mean, I treat all of you as customer, I guess. But yeah, like this few days, my stream is just going to be even more drier. I'm not really sure what to do. Huh. Definitely, I won't be streaming at night time. I will try to stream in morning time, I guess, because like if I stream around like this kind of like hours, like after dinner hour, I won't going to get any viewer because like everyone is like celebrating Ramadan and celebrating Hari Raya right now. So this past few days is not going to be ideal streaming at night time. Anyway, thank you everyone for dropping by. Thank you for Tapao. Thank you for Felix. Thank you for Egg. Thank you for I had lots of people drop in and have a fun chat with me. Elias, thank you for aside from Felix, there's still another person. And I think he's from Twitch. So let me take a look at the Twitch. Oh no! It didn't record. It just only records Xiaoma. Well, oh, Buddy Banger. Yep, there's still another guy. It's called Buddy Banger. Just don't bang me. Anyway, yeah. Thank you everyone for dropping by. Have a little bit of chat. I have a good like art chat. I have a good like Bob chat about how Thomas Edison is not an inventor. He's an asshole and also a mafia boss. So yes, I don't know why he's still in textbooks. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.